All right. Morning. All right. Leftover pancake down the hatch. Cup of hot coffee on hand. It is Saturday. I don't have much of a voice left. Yesterday was a long day. I did not need to do the second stream last night. On the plus side, though, I figured out that stupid building piece. At least we got it to work. All right. I think I nuked the cat crisis outside. We had the four little baby chicks got out of their box and were running around being obnoxious, and Smeagol started chasing them. So I had to go outside and calm him down. Okay, how am I at water production? Should be full. Yeah. So we're gonna get some stuff producing before we go out and adventuring. I actually don't know what we're gonna do today yet. Um, Man, it would be nice to work towards. I don't have any spice melange though. I wonder if I should work towards getting a spice refinery set up. I'm not ready to actually do spice. Like, I don't really refine enough spice, but that might be something to work towards. But before I do that, yeah, I freaked out when I met Duncan Idaho the first time too, Slacker. Yeah, and I think the cool thing is like at some point I'll be working on that quest line, because I think he's part of the Swordmaster quest line. But I happened to just be here by chance because I went up to that fortress for other things. There's a medium spice refinery that must be part of tier 6. This is just the normal one. I don't need it yet is the thing though. However, I am noticing that I'm going to need spice to create a large wind trap and the wind turbine. All right. Well, that might be a tomorrow problem. I think what we will do for now, before I go adventuring though, I need to set up production before we do anything. Yeah, that drained that one. Okay, yep, let's make some filters, get the water back on, and then we'll go do some adventuring. We gotta wait a couple minutes. Actually, there's a better way to do this. If I need the silicone blocks first. That's a lot of spice, is what it sounds like to me. So I probably need to start being a little bit more conscious about when I see a spice blow. Oh, I don't have my other keyboard set up yet. Boo. Alright. I can break down that additional weapon. I've never needed a backup. Well, that's not true. I might hold on to the backup because if the one I'm wearing eventually ever wears down, it makes sense to have a backup. Let's grab another fuel cube. How are we doing repair-wise? I should probably repair. Hang on, what did it just stash in there? Oh, it put the blocks. That's funny. Okay. The pieces are in a different place compared to when they were on the regular Ornithopter. I have to figure out how to get to them. What's up, Ferret? What's up, Hector? Yeah, they're like a unique item, correct? Purple doesn't mean anything other than just Again, this goes back to the tier of the item. Purple just means it's like the top of that tier. Um, but I have different tiered items. I literally have 3 different tiers of items here. I have 3 different purple items, 3 different purple weapons, and they all 3 are different tiers. The green items I got during the questing of the end of the stories, so it's considered like tier 5 uniques. I may not need a... I'm not going to put on my... Yeah, that's as good as a tier 5 Holtzman shield for it. So you don't need to craft a tier 5 shield. That's as good as a tier 5 shield. So you don't need to waste the duraluminum or whatever it's called to craft a shield. I'm still wearing that one too. That's literally the shield I have. The only thing I've made so far is a T5 suspensor belt and a... Actually, no, I kept the T4 suspensor. I did make a T5 battery. But that's it. Speaking of which, I need to repair my suspensor belt before we leave. I'm going to risk this and just go in my still suit. I don't want to have to change out for armor right now. Oh, you son of a bitch. You moved right at the last second. You lucky. Oh, I'm not getting you from far the way back here, I bet. Oh, I did. I don't know who's pot shotting me or from where, but they can't get to me, obviously. Oh, there they are. I see you. I'm gonna get colliders blocking me right here. Oh, he got me. But I got him back. Oh, there's a collider on that one.
Shield on!
Ah, I should have waited till I got the credit, because now, or till I got to the quest part, because now I need kill credit. I may have killed everybody in the camp. Oh, no, somebody's on top of me. Where's that sniper at? There you are. I gotta remember I have a pentashield key. I'm gonna go grab whatever's up in here with the pentashield key first, because I don't know if that, well, it won't matter. One way or the other, I know where the shield is. I can go back and get it.
You made a wrong turn.
Not really. Manifest seems to list the timing and destination of past servo sim shipments through written code. Deliver it to Kara. Alright, we can do that in a minute right now. Get on over here because we have a pentashield key. Which means goodies and intel points.
Some of our scouts have just returned. They report that the Zalakidir is thick with new scavenger camps. The skies above are heavily trafficked by both warring houses, and the destruction they rain upon the desert draws the scavies like flies. The bounty is harvest, as my father would say, and easy pickings. At this point, we just need to be moving as many live bodies as possible. Quantity over quality. We are processing 2 slave heads per week when we should be processing 4 or 5. Our scouts in the Grabbers report are tracking several bands of deserters. I know the reward money has been Irish, but more often than not, deserters are better equipped and trained than our guys. It's not worth the effort. For now, let us focus our captured teams on the Zalakivir and knock some heads, as my father would say. We need to get Lord Raban his mala before we become that mala.
Okay. 2 more chests up here. This is good because I always need the Servox for other things. Take me away to the sky. Problem is, I don't remember where Kara was. Is she the lady back in Arakeen? I guess we'll find out here in a second. Let's just go east. Is the poison sword any good? I've been using the poison sword forever. Although I'm still using my tier 4 poison sword. What's up, Ravesart? Yeah, this is a really cool. This was the last of the cosmetics that I really cared about, was this Ornithopter skin. Oh shit, I have a storm coming in. Oh damn, can I hit the border before that hits? Arakeen, quick! No. Arakeen. Oh, you have to have it selected. That may have been my confusion the other day. You actually have to select it in purple for it to work. Okay. Yeah, you gotta get funky angles to repair things for sure.
Report, Trooper. Did you discover the manifest?
I did.
Let's see. Good work.
I'm out of coffee.
I knew you'd get the job done, Trooper. Don't worry about the code. My good friend, Master Chim, will crack it. I've contacted Dr. Kumari and told her to prep for the procedure.
Did you apologize to her?
I told her I would apologize properly after she takes this damn thing out of my head.
Does she know about the bomb?
No, and she doesn't have to, because you're going to get me that master transmitter.
Well, she is.
Right now, your mission is to secure my ride to Harko. The next Dune man, Campos Damari, runs an Ornithopter charter service out of the Arakeen Suk. He mostly takes bored nobles out to see the big worms. But he also has a side gig running contraband between the villages. You're going to make contact with Damari and tell him you want to ship a live package to Harko, but you want to avoid docking fees. Come back to me when it's set.
Top the Campus Damari down in the market.
As always, Boot.
You're not from around here.
Ooh, I like his outfit.
But then again, who among us really is? We all come to Arrakis for the same reason. Spies. Have you come for the spies?
Come for a transport to Harko.
If you want to avoid docking fees, that costs extra. Call it the smuggler's paradox.
How much?
3,000 Solaris will cover my fuel and the bribes we must pay. Throw on an extra 1,000 for my time.
Shit, bro. Here you go.
Very good. I'll get your package to Harko and back.
Ain't cheap. I did like his armor. Woo. That's why he's wearing nice clothes. He makes the big bucks.
You're back. I've been waiting for you, Trooper. Did you secure my transportation to Harko?
Yep.
Well done, Trooper. You've gone above and beyond. That's not something I take lightly. If we were in any kind of real military formation, I'd recommend you for a promotion.
Glad you're finally recognizing the talent.
Your soldiering skills have come a long way, Trooper. But you could stand a lesson in humility. Lucky for you. That's not on our schedule for today.
That's right. Alright, did Mentat crack the code?
Good news on that front. Very good news. We have a name. A real black-hearted piece of shit, too. We'll be doing the known universe a favor. The Mark is a slave lord called Nallus. And I'll take it as a personal favor if you make sure he leaves this world screaming. Nallus was the pig that put the servo-stimulator implant into my head. In my deepest moments of pain and despair, I sustained myself by imagining his death in countless ways.
No, you have to pay your taxes manually. What's up, Yari? Rovzar says the rudest at BMC so far has been the planetologist guy in Arakeen. Yeah, the noble dude.
As much as I appreciate your zeal, securing the master transmitter has to be the mission priority. If Nallus dies badly, I'll take that as a bonus.
Okay.
Dr. Kumari has made contact to let me know she's prepped and ready. I go under the knife as soon as you deliver the master transmitter to her.
Did the manifest say where to find Nallus?
No such luck, but my intel broker is working on that right now. He'll deliver Nalis's location to a dead drop near the Hand of Kadir. You need to get to that dead drop, find Nalis, and take the master transmitter. Preferably from his cold, dead body.
Gotcha.
The details are in the contract, Trooper. Get it done, and I'll teach you my final combat technique. And Trooper, when this is all said and done, we'll raise a cup together like proper soldiers. Good hunting.
Alright. Find the smuggler dead drop. I'm gonna go get coffee though before we leave Arakeen. I need more. Taxes are due every 2 weeks, and you have to physically come to Arakeen or Harko to pay said taxes. So, but you can pay them in either city, in either social hub. Alright. I'll tell you one thing. I've been feeling really good. Like 99% recovered. And then I don't know what happened like 3 days ago. I'm on day 4 now where I've just had horrible pinched nerve issues again in my leg. And it's really frustrating because I had been doing really good. Other than that, I'm doing great, Transcend. Slept good last night. It's been nice, cooler weather. It's been raining every day. Man, this morning, I tell you what, I woke up. That video I did yesterday. So every video I've done in Dune Awakening has been, I think I have like a 95 to 98% thumbs up rating on all my Dune content. And then I published that PvP video last night. That thing's only got like a 70% rating. There's a bunch of angry, pissed off people. There seems to be a general confusion around what people. There's a whole bunch of people who think that forced PvP is the act of going into a PvP area. So, as an example, a lot of people are calling these shipwrecks forced PvP. It's like, you're not forced to PvP with anybody. If you see somebody there, you just don't go in. If someone attacks you, you run away. But I have seen, I mean, I've been to these shipwrecks 15 times, and it could just be our server, but people are so busy with it. I've never seen another player at those. Not in beta, not in the beta preview event, not in the beta weekend, and not in closing in on 200 hours of live gameplay. I have never seen another player at those shipwrecks, ever. And the other thing to me is funny is the amount of people who are angry, like genuinely angry, that there's no tier 6 ore on the broker because everyone's hoarding it for themselves. And it's like, dude, we're 2 weeks into the game and you want there to be surplus tier 6 in-game loot on the broker? Y'all are nuts. It's got to be 3 months before there's excess for anybody to be selling. Dude, I still need steel, which is tier 3. I'm still using steel on a regular basis. I'm not selling excess. Oh no, I banned like 50 people this morning from YouTube. Just angry people. Just angry people making nasty comments, telling me I'm stupid, telling me I'm an idiot. And it's like, yeah, you don't get to do that on my channel. Nope. That's not how this works. Is there quicksand? Oh shit, there is quicksand and I almost landed on it. That could have been bad. That's what I'm looking for right there. Is that a landing pad? Dude, I could totally make that into a landing pad. Might not be supposed to be a landing pad, but I'm gonna make it a landing pad. Oh no, I might not be able to land here. No. Well, I landed anyway. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Dubai says, I've been deep deserting today for the first time, running solo, no issues, going all over them, doing all sorts of things, mining titanium, strontium, not once attacked. I think some of that does depend on what version of the deep desert you're in, but I would also say I think there is a big issue with players who have never done the deep desert and they are making claims about the deep desert based on other games they've played, and they may have had bad experiences in other games, and they're using those experiences and saying that's the type of activity that they're going to see in Dune, the deep desert, so they won't even go there. Because what I saw in that Reddit AMA was there were multiple instances of people claiming something had happened, and the developer said, actually, no, we're tracking all of the data, and we've not seen that actually happening. So, yeah, that's not a thing. But because people say it's a thing, And then you get 20 other people like, yeah, that's so true, that's so true. And then people think it's a thing, and it's not actually a thing. It's people making shit up. I think a lot of this is just a case of people who don't want to do the deep desert because they've had a really bad experience in free-for-all PvP games in the past, and this is not a free-for-all PvP game. It's a completely different experience. We have seen videos of... So, I'm the deep desert. I'm the deep desert. I'm hearing an ornithopter. Shit. Make sure my shield's off. Get down. Hide and cover. Hide and cover. Hide and cover. Duck. 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 Because you know what? Other players. I hear them. Get under cover. Get in the shade. Wait. This is what you do in PvP. You don't pull out your ornithopter and you try to run. Now, this person probably knows I'm here because it might be somebody. It might be Allie. But, as an example, you would hide and get away. It is Allie. Stream sniped. Hang on, don't move. Ah, Leroy! Fuck yeah, I made it! Let's roll! Oh, I can't believe I made that work. That's so cool. Well, congrats on your ornithopter, Allie. That's awesome. I got stream sniped when I was trying to make a point. If they don't know you're there, they're not going to find you. What's the point I was trying to make? Because you're just a speck of dirt when someone's flying around on their ornithopter. So when you hear an ornithopter and you're in the deep desert, you need to get to cover and just hide. But people be out there like popping their shields. The moment you put a shield on, you're a bright, visible target to everybody all around. I should probably just fly there on my ornithopter, because we're still 400 meters away. Yeah, like Bravestar says, been out in the deep desert 50 times now, got a lot of materials, I've only been attacked twice, got away both times. It's just such a non-issue. My favorite was the devs calling out the guy who claimed that he was getting zerged by 50 players, and the devs are like, yeah, that's not a thing. We've only seen zergs happen a couple of times. That doesn't actually happen. This will be interesting. I did not mean to fall. Oh, that's a boss. Bitch, please. Oh my god, he actually hurt me. Oh shit. I'm out of bandages. No! Oh, I did not mean to jump down. That could be bad. I'm gonna get ads. Oh no! Run back up. Stamina, stamina. Oh my god! Stamina! Stop running. Stop running. Okay, there we go. Okay, get it to where he can get him. Okay, finally. Jesus. I am out of bandages. That was an unexpected ouch. Let me hunker down here and get some bandages made. Heavy breathing. How did I get out of bandages? I don't have any. I'm not out of bandages. Why was my bandage not working? Now it's working. Dude, what the hell? Then you need to reset your buttons, Carpe Noctem. There have been instances of players having issues with the button configuration getting changed. So you just need to reset your controller settings. Just reset everything to default. Reset all of your settings, not your settings, reset your controls to the default and it should fix the issue. We've had that. I think I've seen 3 or 4 people have that happen. Hasn't happened to me, but we have had other people in chat and all they had to do was reset. And once they reset, everything started working fine. Sook Doctor was in Harko Village, right? Did somebody just fucking shoot me? Somebody did shoot me. Where are you at, you little sniper bitch? I mean, I'm leaving here anyway, but now I kind of curious where you shooting me from. Oh, I see you. Bye-bye. I only use medkits when I go into like dungeons and stuff. They're expensive to make, hard to come by, and bandages are not. Are there flares and chafe things? No. No. Yeah, I hadn't had the save bug in a few days, but the music thing was starting to wear on me because I'm having to like manually turn off the music every time when I was playing the altars, and then the last stream I just turned it off completely, and it's not the same game. When the soundtrack is off, it's just not the same game. It's like I wouldn't want to play a game with amazing voice acting and have the voice actors turned off because of a bug. Like, and so I just feel like I'm not getting the full experience by playing the game with the music turned off. So until they can fix that issue, plus the manual save thing, like it just, yeah, it needs. I'm glad they recognized the save bug thing. I'm not gonna, yeah. There were people who lost like 8 hours of save progress because of the save bug thing, and they put out a tweet 5 days ago that said we are aware. He said we made a conscious decision to have that save functionality as part of the gameplay experience. We realized we were wrong about that. We are working on a solution right now. We will have more information in the near future, and they still have not made any announcements, and it's been 5 days, and I've got other shit to do. So it's like, Expedition 33, small team. It took them 2 months to patch story mode. Sorry, I've moved on. If the altars takes 2 months to patch, that's fine. But unfortunately, I have schedules. I have a schedule to keep, and they aren't paying me to play their game. So, that's one of those things where it's like, if I have spare time when they patch, I would love to get back to it, but I'm also not going to go out of my way to like wait with bated breath for a game that I'm not sponsored to play.
I've been waiting for you. Kara's prepped and ready. Do you have the master transmitter?
I've got a couple stacks of them in boxes, Swervis, but I only pull them out when I know I'm going to Imperial testing stations. I never use them out in the wild. Hang on, Yeller says there was another guy streaming on YouTube, and he said they should remove all of the non-tier 6 resources from the deep desert because it gave PvPers an advantage. Jesus. That's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Like, if you're a PvE player, you have finished the game once you hit tier 5. You don't even need... I'm in tier 4 gear doing all these quests. You don't need tier 5 gear. Tier 6 gear is like, it's there for if you want to do PvP and you want to be the best possible PvP player, that's what tier 6 is for. It's like the ultimate, you're going to survive the best possible in the deep desert if you have tier 6 gear. But it's only useful if you're going to be spending a lot of time in the deep desert. If you're not going to the deep desert, then you don't need it. That's crazy. Driprom says if two guilds from the same faction fight each other, it's a free-for-all PvP game instead of faction-based PvP. If you use a resource scanner, players show up as water. Yeah, that's a fun one. That's a fun one. Rivzar says, I also want to add my European server is packed. I see tons of bases in the deep desert, and still I barely ever get attacked. Yeah, I think it just depends on, I really don't think, again, I haven't personally been to the deep desert, so I can't speak from personal experience, but we have people every single day in stream and on YouTube talking about their experience, which has been positive. And I've never seen a single person with a negative experience talking about something that's actually something that happened. It's always like hyperbolic. Well, I'm getting zerged by 10 players. When did that actually happen? Like, do you have video of that happening? Because I could show you a whole bunch of streamers who are playing Deep Desert PvP. Not even PvP. They're just playing Deep Desert, and they're not getting engaged in PvP, other than very, very randomly.
Very good. With this, I'll be able to sever the link, and the implant should not trouble her anymore. It is a complex procedure, but I'm good at what I do, and she's a tough bitch. She'll pull through. Oh, one last thing. She said she owed you a drink like proper soldiers, I believe she put it. You'll find her at the Seleucid Bull when this is over.
Okay, back to Arakeen. And I think this will be the end of the trooper line. And we could either start the Bene Gesserit or the Swordmaster. Hector. Ding 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 ding. JDL says Deep Desert isn't as bad as people think. My guild harvested 50k of spice last night. We saw 2 other crews, but they were on their own missions and flew on by. And that's what I've been trying to tell people forever. The people who are actually playing this game, not the PvP diehards. This is going to tie into what Dribram just said. Dribram said there's no real incentive to PvP. No, there's not, because you don't get loot from the other players. There's no equipment. So the only people who would willingly attack another player just for shits and giggles are the people who are doing it for shits and giggles. The vast majority of people who are actually playing Dune Awakening have missions from the Landsrad, and they are in the deep desert to focus on the missions for the Landsrad. Now, some of those missions may include things like defending a control point, in which place you are going to actively engage in PvP because you're controlling a control point and you're defending the control point. Other groups might be going for a spice blow, and there may be competitive stuff happening over who's going to control the spice at that spice blow. But those are the only 2 instances of when players would actively engage in PvP, and it's because they're on missions. But that's a risk, Hyde. That's you're taking the risk attacking someone, assuming that their vehicle might have spice in it. There's no guarantee that the enemy you are fighting is going to have spice in their inventory hold. So that's the thing.
Good to see you, Trooper. I feel better, Trooper. And I'll feel even better after a spice beer.
Changed her hair and everything.
First round's on me. I want to thank you again, Trooper, for getting me back on my feet. Fixing things between me and the dock.
My pleasure.
Oh yeah, I did say I had one final technique to show you. But Trooper, your training is never really over.
Woo!
Be
Completed
sure
trooper
to check
training.
back from time to time. I may have something new for you.
Right. That's a wrap on the Trooper. I think I have to wait another day for my... And I guarantee I'm going to have to respec when I go do the... whatever I do next. Bene Gesserit... All right. All right, I have taxes sorted out for next week. We did the trooper line is done now. I think we can go back. Ooh, what did I just get over here? Mendex rattle. It's a... What is this? Does that count as a rifle? Yeah, weapon rifle. So that's just a rifle weapon. Okay, I'm not going to need it. Yeah, I don't use rifles. Okay. You can buy from other places. Speaking of which, you just reminded me to see if my items have sold on the market. Because I did put some stuff up there yesterday. Nope. And it's probably because they're just not going to sell. I'm just going to cancel those orders and do it differently. Did it put the schematics back in my inventory? It did not. Where does it put the schematics? Relist? Can I relist it for a different price? Yeah, let's list it for something ridiculously cheap because I just don't care. Insufficient bank Solaris. Oh, because of the exchange fees and everything. Let me go stick some money in the bank. Which is over where? I forget. Wait, wasn't it the same room? Oh, but when you cancel a listing, you still
would you like to deposit?
when you cancel an order, you still lose the listing fee. Ah, that's interesting. No, there's no way to research. Yeah, I was complaining about that yesterday. There's no way to type. The auction needs some work. So, there's currently no way to see. But you have to use the filter system. You can't type it in. You have to go to the filter system, know what you're looking for, find that category, scroll through that category, find the same item that you're selling to see what other people are selling it at. It needs work. The auction, the exchange does need some work right now. Because I would love it to be able to type in what I'm looking for. I understand why they don't have it, because they are thinking towards console players in the future, and console players are not going to be playing with a keyboard plugged in, most of them. So they don't have a type feature because that would be very difficult to do on a controller. So I understand why they don't have it, but it could use some work for sure. I think I don't know what I want to work on next. I'm going to make that decision in a minute. I'm going to go grab some more coffee, take a quick bio, and we're going to be back and move on. Did someone just call Shai Hulud Ringtooth? Man, it has started getting a little ridiculous the past couple of months. The amount of catfishing that is starting to happen to all of my social media and my Discord. We shared it off. There was somebody who tried for about 2 weeks. We shared it off on stream. It's probably about a month ago. They were hitting my Facebook channel hard and heavy with a catfishing account with like the profile of some hot chick, and they kept sending me messages like, "Hey honey, hey sweetie, what's your YouTube channel?" Blah 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 blah. And then they went to my YouTube channel and started leaving comments on all my videos, and then they ended up in the Discord and tried to send me personal messages in Discord. And I'm getting, like right now, I'm getting about half a dozen every day on Discord alone, people trying to friend me or send me private messages on Discord, and every single one of them is the profile of like some chick that looks like she's a glamour model or OnlyFans girl. It's so, dude, and you know every single one of these things is run by some acne-faced nerd in his basement working for some company. But I'm like, who are the idiots who fall for that shit? Because they wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't successful. So it's like, who are the dummies that actually click on those things and accept those private messages? They're AI catfish bots. That's true. There's also the AI catfish bots. But it's getting a little ridiculous. If there's one thing that I don't like about my job, it's like the daily filtering through all the spam in my email box to try to find the actual legitimate offers, the legitimate companies, the legitimate emails. Because, oh my god, there's a bunch of crap you have to go through. Excuse me. Are they calling me kitten? That might work. They only need to find the 1 in a million to make it work. Yeah, the one schmuck with $100,000 of disposable income. Sure, I'll send you $25,000 based on your profile pic. Because I'm 60 years old and lonely. It's like, have you guys seen The Beekeeper with Jason Statham? Like, the premise of the beginning of that movie is somewhat similar in the sense that, like, the movie starts off with this he's basically staying at a farm, and the old lady who runs the farm manages, like, a trust fund that has a few $1,000,000 in the account, and she's old and she doesn't know what she's doing, and she gets hacked. Like, someone hacks her computer, and they the hackers get her on the phone because she calls the tech support. She sees a flash, she sees a pop-up on her screen as her screen is going freaking out, and she's like, oh no, I gotta call this number. And then she calls the number, and she thinks that people are going to help her recover her computer, and it's literally the hackers on the other end of the phone, and they walk her through this series of steps, which gives them access to all of her computer stuff, and they literally drain all of the bank accounts. And just this little old lady who didn't know any better. And I feel like that's what the AI chatbots and stuff are looking for. They're looking for that one person who doesn't know any better, who's just gonna say, okay. I'm never gonna use that rifle. Okay. We've refined everything we can. I feel like what we ought to do right now is make a very quick run for those T5 crystals. Because we just did an adventuring run. I could throw on my radiation suit, come back, produce a round of ore of T5 resources. Why don't we do that? This is quicker to do this way. Just need a radiation suit. I'm not even gonna switch out my gear. Just gonna put it on, and we're gonna make an ore run. Boop. If I remember correctly, because I know I can get it, I think it was like this one right here. I'm pretty sure it had a whole bunch. And then we can just go west or east or whatever and bail out. Flying. You wish vehicles had water storage module. That may be something they add over time, who knows? Like, I could see them adding a water storage module to Ornithopters and stuff as an optional. Like, maybe you don't want the inventory one, maybe you want a water storage module. I could see that being a thing. That's right, kids. Doing my leg raises like an old man. Because I am. It's amazing to me the amount of people who just sit in a chair for 14 hours a day and don't get up and move around. Come on now. I have to, though, for my physical therapy shit. And I've been having a bad couple of days with my leg for some reason, so got to get out of that chair every once in a while. Pretty sure this one had some stuff I could get to without needing to get too far into the sludge. Well, I might be able to get one more, and then I got a bogey. I didn't drink any rad pills, so... Yeah, we gotta go, 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 go. So I can get 3. There's probably got to be some closer modules that I can get to check this out in a second. Yeah, there's no way for me to cut down my rad time, though, and the buggy gives me too much exposure. I'm not willing to risk that. I just need to find a closer one that I can get to. I'm not willing to try taking the buggy down there yet. Oh, hang on. I hadn't cleared my rads. Go back out, damn it. There's a pissed off worm over there, man. Alright, rats are cleared. I don't know which one. I'm going to shoot for this one and see if it's got anything on it. Oh. No. My controller's beeping at me like the worm is like ready to get me. Is there anything on this one? I'm just trying to find one that's got the mats that's closer than the one I was getting. I'm not going to actually drop down right now and harvest. I'm just trying to see if there's one that has stuff I can get to. That one looks like it might work. Or is that the one I was just at? I'd have to look at the map really quick. I think this was the one I was just at. Screw it. Let's go. We can get in. Get a couple more nodes. Maybe. I don't know how I'm gonna get that one. Probably should take some rad pills before I came out here. Oh, I'm full up. Fair enough. Let's boogie for the moment. Let's stash stuff on the way out. Ah! Enter! No, that was a different one. Okay. You fly, oh, so you can fly your Ornithopter into the pool? I hadn't thought of that. That's actually a good idea. I had not considered that. Oh, it's not going to get me close enough though on some of these. Yeah, it's yeah, I'm not close enough. Damn it. Nope, I can't fire. So there's a I'm not gonna get shit out of this one because there's a collider on the yeah, but you don't get good contact if you do it like that. You don't get as much ore. Fuck it, I'm stepping in it. Let's go. I'm in it to win it now. Fallout style. Let's go mutations, baby. Yeah, I haven't ever seen what my actual number is. I just know once it's 3/4, I'm not willing to risk anymore. I've already died twice to radiation, so I'm just not risking it. Not me. Yeah, there's lots of spice outside of the deep desert. I mean, I've probably gone past 30 or 40 spice blows and just ignored them. I hear a grumpy worm. You know, I just realized I'd never use my scanner either on my vehicle. One of these days I gotta start doing that. Like, I never use the scanner. Probably would help me locate more when I didn't know what I was looking for earlier. Now that I know what I'm looking for, it's not that big of a deal. We'll do one more run and then head back and start a production run. I think my wife is up too, so I should probably go say good morning to her. Dodo, what are you doing? Drop down, drop down, drop down. That was weird. Oh, screw it. Oh no, is there an enemy? We may got bad guys nearby. What are you talking about? I'm like right here. Okay. That's a good enough run for now. We got 800 out of that. That'll give us a little bit of duraluminum. And we can get that producing and go work on something else. Oh yeah, it's happened to me a few times, Yeller. I just block those assholes. Somebody just shot fireworks off outside. Alright, let's refill up. Get out of this ridiculous suit. Back into my still suit, please. Stash that. Alright. Now I see how little water I have left over, because this shit takes a ton of water to produce. And I already burned up like half my water today. I can make 50. I can make 50 for now. It's better than nothing. There's a spice blow. Alright, let me go say hi to my wife, because she's awake now, and I'll be back in a moment. my morning salutations are finished. Let me move the camera back over. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Sparky asks, how are we today? I think we are good so far. I don't know what we are going to work on next. I have decisions to make. Boom, 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 boom. Why is that, Stoic? For accidental disembarkments? Alright, let's take a peek. We craft a few more. Probably not a lot. Yeah, only 2 more. I'm just gonna have to wait for water production to be able to do too much more. I don't need weapons or armor at the moment, so probably we could look at Scout-thopters stuff. One thing I could think about is just putting a Mark V wings and a Mark V engine on my Mark IV Thopter body, which would give me the speed of the Mark V Thopter, right? What's the chassis like? What are these other things? What's the reasoning behind that? I need to look at the stats for all this stuff. Probably better to do this on mouse and keyboard. Like the hull has 1,000 armor. This hull has 1,250. Armor doesn't matter unless you're talking deep desert. So for general exploration, I don't care about hull. Wings. Glide speed 170. Generator does what? 82.5 fuel efficiency. 82.5 fuel efficiency. So it's slightly better fuel efficiency. So really it's just like the engine, because the rest of it's just armor. Until I'm ready to go to the deep desert. I don't need armor until I'm ready to go to the deep desert. So I could just replace the Ornithopter engine and wings. don't care about the thruster. I don't care about the rocket launcher. Is there now tier 4 Ornithopter storage? It doesn't look like there is. Not for the the Scout. It looks like it's just the storage for the So it looks like it's the same storage on the Scout Ornithopter regardless if it's T5. Hector says, if one had the disposable M code, you could rent a server and play entirely solo. Yes and no. The shared spaces and the deep desert are always shared, but the difference is that when you're on a private server, you share your deep desert and social circles with other players on the same private server network. So you're not sharing it with the private. You're not sharing it with the public space. You're sharing it with the private. So yes, your Haga Basin could be 100% solo for you and you alone to do whatever you want with. But anytime you go to Arakeen, Harko Village, or the Deep Desert, you will be sharing that space with other players. It's just that you would be sharing it with other people who happen to rent a private server from the same network that you rent a private server from. Thanks for the sub over on Twitch, Diller99. Appreciate it. And thanks for gifting a sub as well. Yeah, it looks like you can. It looks like there's no Mark V storage for the Scout Thopter. It's only so you just have to use that. So it looks to me like I could just build the Mark V engine and the Mark V wings and put those on my Mark IV Ornithopter, and I'll be fine. Which I think someone was talking about yesterday during the chat, during yesterday morning's stream. So that's probably all I need to worry about. And then I don't have to worry about building a whole Mark V. I don't see the need for a Mark V Scout Ornithopter because I'm not going into the deep desert. But I would like the extra speed. And then when I'm ready to go to the deep desert, I can make an assault Ornithopter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do the engine and the wings. I can make the wings right now. I have enough to make the wings. And then I would need to make the engine. I gotta make an engine and wings. I don't have hydraulic pistons. I'm gonna have to figure out where to get those. But I can at least make the wings for now. The engine I don't know about though. I have no idea. I've never seen hydraulic pistons. Those are uniques to the PvE area in the deep desert. Copy that. Alright, well let's start by making the Mark V wings. Craft amount, craft 4. Yes, you absolutely accumulate radiation even in your Thopter Transcend. And then I can stash these tier 4 wings. People are saying the pistons can be gotten from a Harco ship near the rad zone. I think someone said the name. I'll check it out here in a second. Let me get past making this before I get sidetracked. Detach. Oh, it's being cranky about. Symbol, I want to do Mark 5 wing. Okay. Okay, Mark 5 wings attached. And let's stash these in a box. Okay. Now I need to customize. Alright, there we go. That is an Atreides skin, correct? Yep. Okay, someone said, let me read this chat. Hydraulic pistons are available in Shoal. The edge of Acheron is amazing for it, says Yeller. Edge of Acheron. Hydraulic pistons. Okay. Are those from chests, I'm assuming? That's not even a PvP thing. That's just a base. It looks like. And I don't think that's in the radiation zone. It looks like it's outside of the radiation zone. So I should be able to go there and farm them. Oh, perfect. I don't need my radiation suit. Awesome. That's the most important thing. Well, guess where we're going to go right now? Okay. Wow. Hang on. Okay, it worked. I have not watched Duster yet. It's on my list because I love Josh Holland. I've seen a lot of promotional material for it, and I've watched a lot of his interviews doing publicity for it. Ah, I'm out of coffee. I know I flew down here the other day because I had to come here for a quest, and I remember I landed. That's why it shows gold on the map, because I've been here before. But I don't think I actually stopped and did anything here, which is why I don't have any of those parts on me. And I can't remember how many I needed for the engine. I think I needed 7. That's right, because I passed over. There was somebody who they built a base here. I was like, that's kind of cool. They got a base right on the edge. Yeah, it's this thing right here. I totally came here the other day. Oh yeah, they're already pot-shotting me. That's awesome. Oh, there's radiation. Oh, I got stuck. There we go.
Sector weather alert.
Oh!
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Are you shitting me? I'm just gonna hunker down. I'm sheltered. This is not a PvP zone, is it? It may be. I think I'm red. We're just gonna wait for the sandstorm to pass. Oh, there was totally rads a second ago where I landed my ship. Did I refill my Leader John? I did. Let the sandstorm deal with those fools. How many did I need? I think I needed 7.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
To make the engine. Seven hydraulic pistons. There better be 7 in here, otherwise I'm gonna have to make multiple trips. And if this is, I think the chests take like 20 minutes to respawn in this place. I'll check it out here in a minute, Stoic, because I haven't explored the bases around this area yet, so there's probably a whole bunch of areas up there that have them. So we'll go exploring a bit today. What? Yeah, I haven't worried about a still suit, still tent, whatever yet. he might be actually tougher. Okay. That guy's bugging out over there. That's funny. Alright, so I don't know where the chests are in this place. So we're gonna have to take a peek around. What are these things? I don't see any here. Oh, here's a chest. I needed 7 of those things? Is that what those are? Nope, that's a military power regulator. I've never seen those before. Let's go up and around. Where did he go? Oh, did he run around the corner like a little bitch? Okay, so I could see where having tier 5 weapons is probably going to help, because these guys are definitely, they've got better shields for sure. Oh, there's 5 of those things that I needed. Okay. I'm not going to go in there yet. Let's check out back. Got a pentashield door in here. Okay, we'll have to come back down in here for the pentashield.
I got you! I need backup!
Oh shit, there's more than one. Oh no! I do need to get away. That was a big group. Oh, my bandages didn't work. There they go. Oh my goodness. They have a lot more armor than the... This is definitely tier 5 stuff. A lot more armor than the tier 4. Oh my, that's like a boss. Ow! Get away. Get away. I'm almost dead. That hurt. Oh, they died from poison. Alright, that's awesome. That was legitimately challenging. Oh shit, you're down but not out. They were reviving. That was great. Like, not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. Alright, now I have no idea where the key is for that pentashield room. Got intel in here too, cool. Oh, there's all I need for the pieces I need to make. There's the pentashield thing. There's the intel. Alright, now we can go down into that room. Which was... I don't remember where that was. Mark 5 tread, mercenary scout helmet, and a... Alright, that's a clear on this place. We're gonna go back to the base, make what I need for now. Now, map-wise, I haven't spent a lot of time up in here. These don't appear to have any of the bits and pieces, so that might be the only place I can get those parts for now. Atreides and Harkonnen and NPCs fighting? Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, you can get both of the factions, but like armor sets and stuff, but it's super expensive, and I don't know. I'm of the mindset that I would rather have an Atreides character do Atreides things, and a Harkonnen to do Harkonnen things, and then I have alts. You know, I'm not one of those people who needs to have everything on one character. I wasn't even going to do the Swordmaster and Bene Gesserit quests on this character. However, those quest lines still do give quite a bit of coin, and my taxes are expensive, so... Alright, Mark 5 engine. What do I still need? I need 7 more duraluminum. That's easy to make. We'll just make however many more water I can make. I can make 9 more. And that gives me the engine. And I've replaced the engine and the... Ooh, I have this Syndicate gauntlets. Very good. Yeah, I can't mix and match factions. That's yeah, the RPer inside of me says, no, you're not allowed. This is a Harkonnen character. This is an Atreides character. That's it. That's it. End of story. Ooh, those are new. I haven't seen those before. Let's stash those in a box. That box is full. These right here. Military power regulator. Well, that place was actually quite challenging, and knowing that it's challenging, that's definitely incentive to go make tier 5 weapons and armor. To go farm that place in particular for resources from time to time. Okay, we want to make a... Can I still not make it? Oh, I need water. That's funny. We're literally just waiting on water to make the Mark 5 engine. I'd say my priority is probably going to be after this is going to be to make tier 5 weapons. Because those enemies were quite tricky to kill with tier 4 weapons. Like, I wasn't burning them down fast enough. I do have a tier 5 shield. Knowing there was a bunch of those heavies inside. Also, I'm not fully spec'd the way I normally would be spec'd because I respec'd for the or for the trooper shit yesterday, so I'm missing some of my ranged bonuses. So that also is probably impacting my capabilities in there. All right, Scout Ornithopter Engine Mark V craft. Back upstairs. Detach. Now, getting to the engine is going to be the tricky part here. Is it the engine, or is this the engine? What pieces? I'm going to move back over the controller. Oh, 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 oh. That is the... what? I may have to pull this apart to get to the engine, to be honest with you. Because it is not wanting to let me target that. Let's take the storage off. Gosh darn it. Well, this is another area where I would say they definitely need a little bit of work to make this properly, because I cannot... Oh. I might have been able to get to it from up top. Hang on. Oh, now I can't get up top again. Stop. Slow it down. Drop down. Whatever. Man, I totally had that. Oh. Engine. Detach. Yay! Success! Okay. Assemble. We want to put the Mark V engine inside. And then we want to put the modules back on. And now we're good to go. And I can stash the tier 4 engine over here. And we are good to go. Perfect. So now I have a Mark IV body, Mark IV generator. But I got the tier 4 engine and wings, which makes me a little bit faster and a little bit more efficient. And that I can eventually replace the generator for better fuel mileage. So let's see what this is like. Nice. Very cool. Alright, we are good to go on my Thopter. And I have a boatload of additional duraluminum that I can produce once I get the water production. I've got 8 hours of filters running. I've got a boatload of crystals. Out of curiosity, 581. Yeah, I can produce 145 duraluminums. That's enough to build my weapons for sure. But those aren't going to be full of water until this afternoon. So I won't be able to make the tier 5 weapons at the moment. But where's my weapon thingy? Let's take a look at stuff. I don't know if I have any tier 5. I do have a tier 5 spit dart. There we go. What do I need? All I need is duralumin. I have everything else. Okay, so I've got my spit dart sorted. That's going to need 30. My SMG is probably going to be the next priority. Yep, that'll be 25. I've got everything I need for that. Do I have any uniques? Pulse sword. Now it's iron. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. And I might switch back over to the blade from the rapier. I do like the rapier, but we'll see. I do really like my rapier. Oh, that's right. I stashed my coin back in the bank. Okay. I don't need any of that. I've got plenty of that stockpile. Plenty of that stockpiled. Let's grab an engine block. Alright, groovy. Well, I have everything I need to produce my full set of tier 5 weapons. For sure. And after that, it'll be my tier 5 gear. The question I have next is, do I go for a still suit first? I don't think I'm going to do a still suit. My purple still suit is better than this. Like, I'm not wearing it right now. But my purple still suit is better than that. So I could probably just make the mercenary heavy stuff. Just go straight for the heavy gear. That's going to need a boatload of duralumin. Let's just double check everything else. I'm pretty sure I have everything I need because I stockpiled all the other stuff. Yeah, I've got 400 plasteel flora. I've got 400 silicones, 400 armor platings. Oh, yeah, I've got more than enough to make the heavy armor. It's literally just duralumin. So that's going to be a farm. a farm grind. Because I'll need more. I'll need another round of crystals, which I could do tomorrow. I don't need them today. Okay. I could probably work on either the Bene Gesserit or the Swordmaster quests. Oh, there's absolutely weight limitations, Christian James. So if you look at your character's inventory, right here, those numbers represent the 35 is the amount of inventory slots you have, and the 175 is the amount of volume that you can carry, aka weight. So whichever one of these hits max first is what you're allowed to carry. But never fear, because every single one of your vehicles can have an inventory module on it, and that is the point of the game. You make decisions about what you're going to be doing with your vehicles. So example, I could put a boost pack on this bike, I could put an inventory module on this bike, or I could put a co-pilot seat on this bike for somebody to ride around with me on it. So it's my decision how I choose to use my bike. This, in addition, you can either have an inventory module on it or something else, like a boost engine. So, and then my Ornithopter can have a boost pack on it, like a boost engine, or it can have an inventory module. I have inventory modules on all of on my mining buggy and on my Ornithopter I have inventory modules. I do not have an inventory module on my bike. And that's because my bike is only ever used for quick transport to and from destinations. So I don't need an inventory module on this. So for example, very quickly we can run out here and do a harvesting run for weeds, since I need those for bandages and for filters. So I can very quickly run out down here, look for the nodes that I need. There's some right there. Get my stuff and get back. I have no idea how the deep desert is on my server. No clue. Man, I need so much of this stuff, though. It's for filters, it's for bandages, it's for all sorts of different things. But thankfully, this rotation with the deep desert with Coriolis Storm, excuse me, this rotation of Coriolis Storm, it popped a ton of these fibers close to the house, and they respawn super quick. So usually by about the time I make a circuit and go back down, they've already started to respawn on the way back down. So I've been able to get a nice stockpile. Yep, you could definitely find vehicles for sure, Howie. They're usually in really shitty conditions. But if you find one, you can get it back to your home base and strip it for parts. Like, look at that. Already got respawn here. Yeah, it's very easy to hoard materials. You just have to make a decision. Do you care about getting around the environment fast, 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 fast? Or do you care about picking up lots of shit? So there's a time and a place. Like when I was doing harvesting runs to build up the materials to make my mining buggy, I had an inventory box on this. And I used the inventory box for like, I don't know, 20 hours of gameplay. But once I built the mining buggy, I no longer needed the inventory space on this machine. So now I just save this for quick little runs like this. It's way more fuel efficient than running the Ornithopter for little stuff. And if I know I'm just going out and doing a quick run up and down the valley, it's like, well, just grab the bike and go. This took all of, what, 5 minutes to do this run? And then we're back to the base. Actually, I think there's a couple more I want to grab right here. Boost pack away. Woo! There's some. Nope, I do not play on a private server. I play on a public server. And no, I'm not going to tell you what my public server is. My public server is mostly made up of my community members. And it is full, thankfully, so we have a very nice, safe place. There are a handful of people on this server that we don't know, but for the most part, we have a relatively quiet siege. I'm sure I will eventually get stream sniped by some asshole who's just waiting to figure out where I'm at. And he's going to figure out a way to get on my siege during a non-peak hour, and he's going to camp, and he's just going to wait until I'm on. And he's going to wait until he sees me go into one of the areas where I got to go get materials. But it hasn't happened yet, and I'm closing in on 200 hours of gameplay, so we'll see. Alright, look at my bandages. Let's make like, I don't remember how many it said I had. Let's just make like 12. I think it said I had 8. Yep. I believe it's 60 players on a siege right now. By the way, as you can see, I have plenty of storage chests for all my hoarding, and every time I need a new one, I just make a new one. But I haven't needed to make a new one yet. I think I can switch back over to my still suit. You know what? I'm gonna go break down that do thingy. I don't need it anymore. Ah, that's where they were. Okay. Let's grab that. Alright, we're refueled. Yeah, but there's I'm gonna stop for a moment and say a couple of things about the concerns that some of the PvE players are raising about the end game. They're not actually there. They're not actually playing. They're making assumptions because they're terrified of what they think the end game in Dune Awakening is versus what the end game in Dune Awakening actually is. Now, Funcom, like any company that launches a live service game, is going to be adding content to the game. They will be adding group content, they'll be adding solo content, they'll be adding more PvE content, they'll be adding more of everything. So I have yet to see a single solitary legitimate complaint from a PvE player. I've yet to see a single legitimate PvE complaint because everything the PvE players claim they want is already in the game. You can go to the Lands Red right now and participate in a variety of solo activities in the Lands Red right now. Every single week, there are like 400 different activities that this pool pulls from, and every single week there are a handful of solo things, a handful of group things, a handful of PvE things, and a couple of PvP things. The middle one is always a spice blow. It's always a spice blow. That's always going to be a PvP-centric task. There's always going to be a couple of control points. Those are going to be PvP-centric tasks. The rest of those are going to be PvE crafting tasks or PvE killing tasks. Anybody can claim a task on the board. Solo players can claim tasks on this board. You have to have a guild, but solo players can have a guild. So if a solo player wants to come here and claim a task, they absolutely can. Many of the tasks that pop up every single week have nothing to do with the deep desert. Let's see if we can look at these. Deliver a standard kinjal. That has nothing to do with the deep desert. No deep desert materials required. That's just a standard kinjal. That's Haga Basin crafting mats. That one might. I need to know what the GRDA is. That's spice infused. That's going to be a little bit more difficult. Sand trout leathers. Sand trout leathers. You deliver sand trout leathers. You can get sand trout leathers by the boatload in the amphitheater here in Haga Basin. That's a tier 4 area. Solo player can 100%. Matter of fact, I probably have 500 sand trout leathers in my storage chest right now. So I could, as a solo PvE player, I could claim that and complete it on my own. So the idea that is being presented by many PvE solo players that there's nothing for them to do is absolute bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just afraid because they've been told by other people that there's nothing for them to do. And that's just not true. There are so many of these activities that have nothing to do with the deep desert. That one is a deep desert one because that's a control point. But we've already seen 3, I think, so far that have nothing to do with the deep desert. They are all in the Haga Basin. That's control point. Scavengers. Those can be anywhere in Haga Basin. That's another Haga Basin. PvE solo Landsrad. Deliver heavy caliber compressor. Again, solo Haga Basin. I have a boatload of heavy caliber compressors in my bank right now. Those are gathered from the encampments, the Masquerade or whatever they're called. What else? Regis swords. I'm not sure about that one. I have to look. Iodine pills. I don't remember what you need to create iodine pills. I would need to look. But I feel like iodine pills are Haga Basin crafting. Industrial pump. Again, PvE Haga Basin. PvE Haga Basin. The industrial pump. I have like 100 industrial pumps saved up right now. And you go farm those as a solo player in the Haga Basin. So we've already showed like what 10 objectives just in this week's Landsrad, which is we're in the weekend of it right now. There are like 10 of these activities are solo PvE Haga Basin activities that have nothing to do with the deep desert. The idea that there's nothing for solo PvE players to do, it's bullshit. It's mythology. It's mythology. Oh, but the best guilds on the servers are getting all of those. They're claiming those before anyone else. You know what you have to do? If you want to claim these things and do them as a solo PvE players, you need to be awake when the servers are up, and you got to get on and you got to claim those objectives. If you can't claim them first, you lose the right to complain about not having anything to do. Like, it's first come, first serve. Like, and the idea, the only thing that would change is if they added more activities for people to claim from. That would perhaps ease, because the big complaint right now is, well, all the guilds get the good, easy ones first, and they just leave the hard ones. I could see that being a legitimate complaint, but that's like complaining that you didn't get the good tomatoes at the grocery store because you didn't get off work till 4 o'clock, and the little old grandmother who can get there at 6 o'clock in the morning got all the good tomatoes. That's life. Like, you want to get the good tomatoes, you got to get to the supermarket first. And the little old lady who doesn't have a day job is going to get to the tomatoes first. Like, you want to get the good tomatoes, you got to be the first person at the supermarket. And that's one of those things where, sometimes if you want to have the cream of the crop, you have to be willing to go out of your comfort zone and log in before you go to work and claim a task. Because once you've claimed it, it's yours. And you can work on it for the next 7 days at your own pace. But the idea that there's nothing for PvE solo players to do in the Landsrad, it is absolute BS. I'm going to clip this out. Nothing to do, because this is another misinformation video that we can clip out for YouTube. Because there's already tons of stuff for solo PvE players to do. So I think the idea with what they've talked about, with what Funcom has talked about, is just over time, they will be expanding the array of opportunities that are going to pop up on the board, and there will be more things for people to do, including more group things, including more solo things, etc. Like I said, the only thing I could see evening this out would be if they allowed more things to be claimed. But there's 25? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 25 things that we can claim every week. And it just depends on how crowded your server is, on how quickly these things get claimed. But anybody can claim these things, even a solo player. You just have to make sure you have a guild for your solo player. That's the only limitation. Yeah, I can't wait for the patch. It's going to be very interesting to see. It's going to be very interesting to see what comes in the patch. I'm mostly interested in story content, so as story content comes out, that's what I'm mostly interested in. Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be more oriented. So the current objectives. Hang on, I gotta scroll up here. Sparky says I haven't done lands yet, but they seem. It seems like the points required are very high. Yeah, for sure, because they have a focus right now on the lands red being more oriented towards people working together. Remember, this is a multiplayer game. It was never promoted as a single player RPG. It was promoted as a multiplayer survival game. So the priority for them is multiplayer content. They want you working together with your friends to achieve these objectives. So, you're getting 23 per kill of sandflies. You need 10,000 points for the base reward, which is 10,000 Solaris. Um, that's a boatload of sandflies. That's a lot of sandflies killed. Um, that one also has a per control point. I think they all have per control point. So if you're holding a control point at the same time, you're also earning 10 points per minute for holding the control points. But on like the kill quest or the crafting quest, yeah, you have to do a lot of those things. And I think that's the pressure point that solo players are looking at, which is they want reduced items. Like they're like, I want to be able to get to 10,000 points and only need to kill 50 enemies versus needing to kill 500 enemies. That's arbitrary math. Don't use those numbers against me. That's arbitrary math that I'm using for the purpose of the argument. And that's probably a legitimate concern. Like having lower objectives for solo players, right? But those should come with lower rewards. You should not be getting 10,000 Solari if you're a solo player. Like maybe 2,000 Solari, right? Should you get still suit boots as a solo player? Not for tier 2, like maybe for the tier 7, like maybe for the tier 5 reward of that. So like first reward would be like 2,000 Solari, next reward might be like some resources, next reward is something else, fourth reward is a swatch, fifth reward is the still suit. You know what I mean? Like the solo objectives will be easier to obtain, but the rewards will be much less than if you're producing something with your group and hitting those big numbers.
Sector weather alert. A
So
large
that's just the thing,
sandstorm is
and that's
approaching.
that's just content that gets added over time. But there's, like I said, there's already plenty that solo players can do, but I would say that there is a legitimate I don't want to say complaint. I wouldn't call it a complaint. I would say there is a legitimate critique to be made from the solo player perspective that that solo players would like there to be more easily attainable objectives in the lands, right? And I think that's what Funcom has stated they are going to be working to address in the future. But also, to be fair, this game was never marketed as a single player RPG. It has always been marketed as a multiplayer game. Always. So, stop spamming shit, Ellipticus. Please. I heard you the first time. Just because I didn't get to you right away doesn't mean I didn't see it. And it's really annoying to have somebody come spam something in chat just because they want to be heard. I'm not going to answer every single comment every single time from every single person. I've got 100 plus people watching. That's the easiest way to get yourself blocked is to
Sector weather
spam shit
alert.
over and
A
over in
large
chat.
sandstorm is approaching.
I'm in the middle of a conversation. You didn't hear me. See my comment. Let me paste it 3 more times. Sparky says, to be fair, there's nothing but the armor swatches that you're missing out on as a solo player. There's no crazy advantages for guilds versus solos. Not really. I mean, like I said, all the tier 6 stuff is just icing on the cake if you're a story player. It's not like you need it for anything. It's cosmetics. Now, if you're someone like me who loves cosmetics, then it's a nice thing. Yes, AFKMR, they did say that they are addressing that as well. Still being able to get points, so you're not locked out because you didn't get points fast enough. You know, those are pressure points that they are going to be addressing over time, and they mentioned that in the AMA as well. If you would like to make a base contest, Elliptis, do it. If you would like to do a base contest for your friends in your community, for your streams and everything else, go for it. Have fun doing it. But I'm not doing it. That's not my I have far too many things going on in my life to do stuff like that. Let's see here. There was another question here I wanted to see. Is it true that level 5 materials are extremely difficult to get because you can only get them in the PvP area? I'm only parroting what I've heard others raise, so I don't know if this is accurate or not. So tier 6 mats are in the deep desert. Absolutely, they are in the deep desert. There are PvE enemies in the deep desert that you have to worry about, and potentially other players in the deep desert that you have to worry about. But you don't need tier 6 gear to complete the story of the game. I have completed the story of the game in tier 4 armor, and I would argue that you could do it in tier 3 armor. Now, do you need tier 6 gear to compete against other players and to have the best chances of success against the PvE enemies of the deep desert? Yes. But we just saw a minute ago, I went into a tier 5 area with tier 4 gear. It was challenging, but not overwhelmingly so. You play smart, you run away, you heal up, you use your shield, you use cover, you survive. It's no different in the deep desert. But what about the teams of 5 players that are going to gang up on me? I just got ganged up on by like 6 NPCs. And your character has many different skills to get the fuck away, to defend yourself, to take out other players. It doesn't matter if it's an NPC or a player character. You're always going to be facing overwhelming odds in a video game. They are always going to be overwhelming odds. That's the challenge of a video game. So whether it's this game or Star Wars: Old Republic or whatever game you want to input out there, you're always going to face waves of enemies, boss mobs, things that are more challenging than you. How do you overcome those challenges? By having player skill, by upgrading your gear, by upgrading your weapons, by learning your rotations, by using all of the advantages that you have as a player. The deep desert is no different than anywhere else in the game. So, are there T6 things? Yes. What's up? Oh, we don't have a sheet for him. So si puedes traerlo. Smeagol, come here, buddy. Mommy's got to get the sheet for you first. Come here. Come here. No, come here, you little monster. So I keep seeing this mythology that I'm forced to do PvP if I want to go get the tier 6 stuff. No, you're not. You don't have... He went under the bed. You do not have to engage with other players if you don't want to. You can ignore those other players. You can evade those other players. You can run away from those other players. We have seen so many people in chat who have talked about going into the deep desert 50, 60, 70 times and hardly coming across anybody. The hyperbole that you've read on Reddit, go find me a single legitimate YouTube content creator or Twitch streamer. Go find me a legitimate content creator and streamer who is getting ganked by teams of PvPers over and over and over. Go find me a legitimate proof of that. You're not going to find it because it's hyperbole. It's never happened. What you're finding is low skill players who don't know what they're doing, who go into the deep desert, they're not paying attention, and they're like, I'm going to drop my Ornithopter, leave it out, run over to the node, harvest the node, turn around, and there's a group of like 5 people descending on me, shooting my Ornithopter, blowing it up, killing me, taking my Ornithopter. Well, that's because you left your Ornithopter out. Like, if you're going to go into the deep desert, you need to... Someone wrote a brilliant strategy. We read it last night live on the stream. He was like, when you go into the deep desert, and I'm paraphrasing here, he's like, you're gonna glide because you're moving fast in glide mode, and you're gonna scan the environment. What are you looking for? You're looking for other Ornithopters, and you're looking for other players. Don't see anybody? Okay, hit the scan button. Scan for resources. There's some resources. Look around again. Are there other players? I don't see anybody at the moment. All right. Go land. Immediately store your Ornithopter. Boom. In your handheld device. Okay, Ornithopter's away. Run and hide. Get under cover. Matter of fact, let's show this in real time. Let's show this in real time so that I can explain this a little bit better. And I'm not in the deep desert, so this could also be described as hyperbole. But let's just say for the minute that I'm in the deep desert. Matter of fact, we could even go to the deep desert and show that off here in a few minutes if we wanted to. But let's say this is the deep desert for the sake of argument. I've just zoned in. I'm taking my Ornithopter up into the sky, and I'm looking around. Do I see other players? Do I see other Ornithopters? Okay, I'm in glide mode, which means I'm silent. Players can only hear me from the ground if I'm in engine mode, and they'll hear the of the Ornithopter wings. But if I'm in glide mode, I'm silent. So if there are players hiding down below, they might not know that I'm around. So I'm gliding. I'm going to use my scanner. Any resources? Okay, I've scanned. Now what I need to do, we're going to look around. Do I see any other players? I don't see any Ornithopters on the horizon. I don't see any players. I don't see any large groups of players on the ground at the moment. Okay, I'm going to risk setting down. Now remember, I'm still moving. I'm still mobile. I am not an easy target. I have a 100% chance of getting away when I'm still in glide mode because they're never going to get to me in time. So I'm going to look for a place where it looks like I can hide. Let's just dive down here. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That right there is a place to hide. Right there. Right there. Drop, 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 drop. Now I'm making noise as I drop. That's not good. Get down. Get out. Stash my vehicle. Ah! I'm getting attacked. See? That could be bad. Let's just say that happened. Guess what? Doesn't matter. Stash the vehicle. Get the fuck away. Shields up. Run. Run. Run, 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 run. They're attacking me. Players are attacking me. Get the fuck away. Go, 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 go. They're chasing me. They're shooting me. And get away. Now, if it was players, they would still be following me. You would need to drop your turrets, pop your poison, pull out your guns, and fight, right? And it's no different than what just happened here. We got attacked by NPCs as we were landing because we didn't see them when we were coming down. That'll happen in the deep desert. Ah, somebody here. Oh no. Drop my turret. Can't drop my turret because it's on cooldown. So what do? I run away. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Are they chasing me? Probably going to chase me. Doesn't matter. Get the fuck away. Get the fuck away. Get the fuck away. Get around the corner. Get around the corner. You know what I'm going to do when I get around the corner and I'm away from people? I'm going to pull out my Thopter. Pull out my Thopter. Get the fuck away. Look for a place to drop my Thopter. Boom. I'm in my Thopter. Boom. I'm away. I'm gone. Like the wind. Like the wind. Gone. Are they gonna get me? Maybe. Are they shooting missiles at me? Maybe. Dive mode. Boom, boom, boom. Diving away from the missiles. Juking and jiving. Doing all the things that I can to get away. Do I have a boost pack? Boom. Use my boost pack. Like... It's... You know... Let's assume for a minute that they destroy my Thopter. That sucks. I make a new one. I come back. I try it again. Dramatic effect. Let's go over here. Crash land. Because I can't aim properly. But that's the point. Like, you glide down. You land. You get out. You store your vehicle. You immediately run for cover. And you wait. Anybody chasing you? Do you hear any Ornithopter wings? No? You're safe. Wait a few minutes. Okay? You just scanned the environment. Open up your map. Where are those nodes you were looking for? There's the granite. I was after that granite right over there. Okay. I've tagged the granite on my map. I don't hear any Ornithopters. Excuse me. I don't hear any Ornithopter wings. I'm going to peek out. Shields up. Not a good idea. Why? Players can see shields from a long way away, and they can see shields from the air. So I want the shields off. What do? I follow the way of the Fremen. I stick to the edges of the outcroppings. Why do I stick to the edges of the outcroppings? Because I'm hard to see against the skyline. So if players are flying above or gliding across the sky in their Ornithopters, the chances of them seeing me are going to be very slim because I'm just a speck of dust against the wall. Do I hear Ornithopter wings? Quick, hunker. Are they coming or are they just flying by? Okay, they flew by. Alright, I'm running around the corner. Where's that granite? Where's that granite? Oh, is it up top? Shit, I'm going to have to risk it. Do I hear anything? Nope. Alright, we're going to go. We're going to go. We're going to go quick. No shields because I don't want to get stuck. You know, I don't want to get seen. We're going to go up. We're going to go up. We're going to go up. Where's that granite? Where's that granite? Still up? Still higher. Alright, hunker. Anybody see me? No Ornithopter wings. Okay. Nobody's taking pot shots at me. Let's go up a little bit higher. Where's that granite? Where's that granite? It's on the other side. Okay. We're up at the top here. Anybody see me? Listen. Hunker. Ornithopter wings? Anybody taking pot shots at me? No. Where's that granite? Where's that granite? It's right down there. I see it. Now, let's get my mining device ready. Make sure I'm healed up. Okay, drop. Where's that granite? Where's that granite? I know it's around here somewhere. Okay. 30 meters away. Go, 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 go. Where's that granite? I know it's right over here somewhere. I'm not seeing it at the moment, so it might be around here. It might have already been. Oh, there it is right there. Grab the granite. Grab the granite. Harvest. Scan. Still nobody around me. Somebody might have seen that. Somebody might have heard that. Put that away. Run the fuck away. Go, 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 go. Hunker. I'm on the wall. Ornithopters? Yes or no? Take pot shots at me? No. Just be careful. Like, the deep desert is not, like, I'm not there yet. I will eventually get there. But, like, this is the dramatization of what that person was posting in chat the other day. Is like, it's not rocket science. It's just that PvE players are used to doing this and only this. Let me stroll down the middle of the road. I've got nothing to fear. I'm gonna keep my PvE shields on. I don't have to worry about nothing because I'm a PvE player. Here's a group of enemy camps. Let me just run into the middle of the enemy camp and drop a turret. Take all the enemies out. I'm a PvE player. La da 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 da. Like, that's the problem, is that people assume that you play in the deep desert the same way you play here in the Haga Basin. And that's not necessarily true because you do, like, if this is a player, they're not going to stand there and go, hey, is that an enemy that I see? They're going to be on you like flies on shit immediately. And so the caution level in the deep desert is different. The tactics to kill players is the same as the tactics to kill non-player characters. You use your skills, your abilities, and your weapons. It's not rocket science. The only thing that changes is the fact that you're trying to be sneaky and not be seen. Someone literally said yesterday, so wait, you're telling me that the only way for me to be successful in the deep desert is if I play like I'm playing a stealth game? And it's like, duh. That's the point of, like, don't get seen. If you get seen, you're forced to engage. So the objective is to not get seen. And if you get overwhelmed, you run the fuck away. And you look for an exit point. Guess what? There's a cliff. Ain't nobody following me over this cliff. Bye-bye! See ya! Drop my shields. Maybe they can't see me against the skyline. Go, 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 go. Drop. All the way down. 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 Run away. Run away. Get down. Get down. Get down. I'm on the ground. Pop my Ornithopter. Boom, boom, boom. Ornithopter. Come on! Pop it. Better hope that I got it popped quick enough, and then get in and get the fuck out. We'll do some live deep desert soon, so that we can enact this in real time. Maybe we'll even get some guild members to come along and shoot at me the whole time, just for dramatic effect. Yeah, you never. That's the thing. No, you don't lose gear ever. You never ever lose gear. So you're never going to lose anything to another player, other than potentially, you can lose your Ornithopter in the PvP areas if you don't store it and they destroy it with missiles or something. So that is the one thing you can lose, is you can lose your vehicles. But that's why you don't go in with an inventory pack on your Ornithopter. You go in with a boost pack, and you scan. And you pay attention, and you hide. All right, I will be back. All right. Sorry, I was chatting with Chris, and we realized that she had forgotten to turn the water off outside. So I don't know for who was here last week when I was home alone that one day on the homestead stuff, and I was like, "Hey guys, I gotta make sure to go turn the duck pool water off." She forgot to turn the duck pool off. And we were like sitting there chatting, and all of a sudden we look outside, and there's water everywhere, draining down through the whole yard. She's like, "Oh no!" So she just ran outside. Poor girl. All right. Honestly, you know what? For the sake of argument, just to show people they have nothing to worry about, I know nothing about the deep desert. But let's go to the deep desert. I have yet to go to the deep desert, ever. So let's go explore a little bit. And let's go see this forced PvP. Oh, that's a good call. Survey probes, I forgot about that. I do have some stockpiled. Somewhere. Where the heck? Oh, you know what? I bet they're at the other base. I guarantee they're at the other base. They are at the other base. Probably need to get the boost module for my Ornithopter before we go too, because I don't need to take the inventory module with me. Survey probes get rid of the fog of war. So there are two ways to get rid of the fog of war. One is you manually go there and walk around and explore on foot, and you will clear the fog of war. The other one is to shoot a survey probe up into the air at altitude, and it will uncover a quadrant and get rid of the entire fog of war in that quadrant, display all POIs, and etc. Somebody's right behind me. And this is where if I had a boost pack, I would be running to get away. But we're just gliding at the moment. And if they had rockets, they would be firing at me. And I would have to be doing evasive maneuvers. Don't get hit by the worm. That is a worm who is... Oh, that's a spice blow. Oh, where was that? That's pretty close. I don't need spice. That is a very close spice blow, though. Somewhere over here is my base. My other base. Haven't been over in forever, so I forget where it's at now. somewhere in one of these chests, I have survey probes. But it is not this chest, nor this chest, nor this chest. Fuck, which chest was it? Nor this chest. Damn it. Which chest was it in? Oh, you know what I am going to do, though? Hang on, let me grab all of these. And refill all the... generators. Man, I know I have got survey probes somewhere. There they are! I don't know if I need more than 4 probes, so I'll just take the 4 that I have. I also don't need that granite. Okay, let's see here. I don't need the scanner. Someone's asked a question. Hang on. The inventory module is... Oh, the inventory module is so worth it. I am going to go back to my base, though, and make a boost pack. Because I don't need an inventory module where we're going. Are you coming along, Allie? If you are, I'll shoot you an invite, but I don't want you to waste your brand new Ornithopter if you're... I don't think we're going to go get in any trouble, but there is the chance that you can get hit with that bug. Why would I have butterflies? It's just gear. Like, it's like... I guess maybe it's because I do this for a living, so it's like, I have a lot of hours to play. Other people don't. So their gear is more precious to them. But I have, like, everything I need to make another Ornithopter. Like, I could have another Tier 4 Ornithopter up and going in, like, 30 minutes. Like, it's not a big deal to me. Level of excitement, no, because I'm not going into the PvP portion of the Deep Desert. I'm just going to the PvE portion to scout things out and take a peek and show people that they have nothing to be afraid of. And then we might dip our toes into the PvP section. But, like... the worst thing that can happen to me is I get stream sniped. That's the worst thing that can happen to me is I can get stream sniped. Because I'm public... Now, I am in streamer mode, so people can't see my server and stuff. But once people suss out my server and stuff in the deep desert, one of these days it's going to happen. They're like, oh, he's in the, that's him. But the other nice thing about this game is, like, there's no name tags. Like, there's no guild tags. There's no name tags. There's no way to know if it's an NPC player or a player character. There's no way to know unless you're up close and personal, and then you will see, like, a target reticle. Can I make boost pack? Shit. I would need... Oh, no, I can't make a tier 5 one anyway. What about tier 4? I can make a tier 4 thruster right now. And there we go. Better than nothing. Do I have spare fuel? Yeah, I do. Alright, let me sort out my Thopter first. Thruster module is attached. Let's drop this in storage. Oh, I should put that in the other chest. Hold on. Because I have my other Ornithopter parts in here. Hang on, I gotta. There we go. Swatches. I gotta change everything over. Okay, there we go. You needed a fuel cell, right? All right, hang on. I'm dropping them on the ground. Sometimes you gotta hold the drop button a little bit longer than you like to. Here's one, and there's... Hang on, it's not wanting to drop the second. There we go. Alright, should be a couple on the ground now. Alright, I am refueled. I am gonna get my thingy there. Alright. Time to head to the deep desert. Let me make sure I've got plenty of water. Do I have wire? We're good to repair. So the boost pack is toggled. It's not like the boost pack on the bike where you have to hold it. That is a toggled boost. Fuck yeah, that's dope. Yeah, it takes a lot of fuel, but that's fine. That's cool, Yeller. That's good to know. Alright, kids, off to the deep desert for shits and giggles, because why not? How do I chart? There it is. Deep desert. Now tracking deep desert. This will be interesting because I've never even seen... I accidentally jumped in there the other day. Nothing survives the Coriolis storm. There's big warnings everywhere, right? First thing I want to do is find a high point so that I can drop a survey probe and see what's in this region. And the thing to remember about the deep desert is that every week the Coriolis storm comes and clears the map and puts a new fog of war. So you zone in, we are in the PvE section of the deep desert. We're going to go up, look at our map. First thing, we're in sector A5, so I need to find a high point to drop a survey probe. So I'm going to go up over here. I'm going to assume that I need to go up to the top of this to drop a survey probe. We're going to go over here and look for a nice place to land. Oh, now I'm in section A6. I was in A5. Alright, so let's see if I'm high enough to even drop a survey probe. Yep, so we're surveying A6 right now. Whether I'm gonna get my Oh, you have to stay out while the survey goes. I didn't know that. I'm getting roasted by the sun, so I was like, I'm gonna go hide in my vehicle. So that doesn't work. Alright. Let me find some shade while that continues its thing. Juliet lives. Oh no! Should I write it on the dirty glass of my Ornithopter fucking cockpit? Renfail lives! Alright, so we have just scoured Sector A6, which is this square. Now the deep desert is massive. Look at that. A9, A8, A7, A6. In A6, what did we discover? Nothing at the moment. No POIs in A6. So we could hop on over to A5 and do a scan really quick. I only brought like 2 or like 4 probes and I already wasted one of them. So let's go over here and drop another survey probe. Am I in A5 right now? Yeah. So then we survey A5. I need 55 more meters. Not a problem. I should have brought like 20 probes. I didn't think about that. I only brought like 4, and I already wasted 1, so this is the 3rd. So what are we doing right now? Allie says, weird, I can't see you. Oh, I wonder if it stuck you in a different deep desert. Survey. Oh, I just apparently found something because it popped a couple of things. So we discovered some POIs in this sector. What did we discover? We discovered an Imperial testing station. Mr. Hyde says parties are bugged. We also discovered 2 shipwrecks. Now, shipwrecks are PvP. So we know that we are in a PvE section of the deep desert because the first... You about had to give me a panic moment. I was like, wait, I hear an Ornithopter. Right, I think it was because of proximity. Anyway, so, correct. These are PvP ships in a PvE section. By the way, guys, is it the first tier is all PvP, or is it the first 2 tiers are all PvP? That's the one thing I don't know about the deep desert. Well, I don't know what... Okay. Sector A is PvE. Sector B is PvP. Okay. So let's go up to the edge. Let's check out this wall, which is the defining barrier between us and PvP. Like somebody's got a base built right here. Somebody's got some other stuff being built here. This is the wall. So we're gonna go up here because I want to get a nice big POV of everything. Bunch of resources up here. I don't know what they are. I'm gonna land and see. I have no idea what these are. looks like aluminium. Yep, that's just aluminium. Alright. So we're still in the PvE section. All sorts of elements. Everything you see out there is deep desert. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, there's like 84 quadrants, 80 quadrants, something like that. So there are, looking at the map here, we have sector, it's 9 by 9, 81. So there's 9 squares across the bottom, and it goes 9 squares up. It's like multitudes larger than Haga Basin. Multitudes in terms of size. So I cry bullshit every single time I hear someone saying, I'm getting ganked every time I go into the... How? How are you getting ganked? Because here's what you can do. You come up here and you scan. Do you see any ornithopters? Yes? Don't go there. It's that simple. So I don't have the gear to be ready to go out here for the moment. But if I could, just for the sake of, you know, I'm gonna risk it on stream. You don't have to risk this, alley, so you don't feel like you need to follow me. But I wanna make a point. I'm gonna fly out a little bit. I don't have any gear. Right? Well, let's say for the purpose of exploration, you're gonna go out here. What are we looking for? Yeah, Thopter site of other Thopters is small. So we're still in Sector A. The zone is changing. You have a few seconds when the zone changes. So if you accidentally stumble into a PvP area like we just did, oh shit, I'm in a PvP area. Quick, look around. Is anybody on me? No? Okay, what am I looking for right now? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scan for resources. Okay. Do I see anything down there that I might want? I don't see any resources that I might want. Hang on. My breakfast just got served, so I actually want to get out of here. Just place it. Thank you, honey. I don't want to fly out over here if I'm about to eat. Bunch of resources right down here. So I duck down. Store the Thopter. Oh, I had my that would be an error. That would be my mistake, because I didn't have my backup tool equipped, and I could have sat there trying to figure out how to get my machine stashed. Anyway, a bunch of resources. I scanned them a minute ago. Now I'm down here on the ground. What are the resources that I found, you know? Basalt. This is all the aluminium. This is all the... Because we're back in the PvP area real quick here. So... Could have ended poorly. It didn't end poorly, though. Alright, my breakfast was delivered, so I need to eat really quick. I want to come up here and eat with the nice view of the desert. As we look out over the PvP area. The deep desert that everyone's so afraid of. I have an egg and spinach omelet with cheese. Correct, Ribram. And because of my region, most of the prime time in my region play evening hours. So probably my chances of having any action in the deep desert are pretty slim because I play mornings. Anyway, one of the things I wanted to point out. There are 81 quadrants. If you are getting ganked every time you come into the deep desert, it's because you're not paying attention. And I still highly doubt that the people who claim they're getting ganked are actually getting ganked. Because I've yet to see a single streamer or content creator getting ganked when they go to the deep desert. Not saying it doesn't happen. But I've yet to see it. Oh shit, she brought me tortillas. I didn't even see those. Because I was talking and not paying attention. It's a big map. I don't even have the resources to harvest tier 6 right now. Like the gear. That's right. Care Bears can be very sensitive. Two players attacked me. I was ganked by 20. I don't think I would ever bring a buggy in here. Not without a guild. I wouldn't come in with a buggy unless I had a group of players with me. The only way I'm going into that PvP area is with a Thopter that has a boost on it. Or an Assault Thopter with missiles. Yeah, I won't be ready to start doing the deep desert until I have an Assault Thopter. And I'm a long way away from that. Correct. It's a long way out to the deep desert to get to the place where the tier 6 resources are. And so you got to be willing to risk your T5 gear And thopters and stuff. And I'm a long way from that. I don't have a thumper, so I cannot. That might be a bug, Badger, because I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I think you're supposed to be able to take a full group in, get your group of friends together, and all ride in the same thopter. Yeah, it's a bug. Alright. Well, thopter up. There's nothing in this sector. Let's peek over to the next sector really quick. See if there's a POI that we can peek out. I don't have any more silver probes, do I? Oh, I have 2 more. Oh, this isn't actually this is a PvP one. So even Sector A's can be PvP. I'm gonna go over here and drop a probe just to see what I can see. Ah! Up and down is how I grow my worm every day. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking spice. Hey! Silky Kitten, thanks for the sub over on Twitch. Gifted subs. Appreciate it. Nothing in this sector. There is a PvP wreck in this sector. That's about it. So, something I would point out here, keeping in mind that the deep desert changes every single week. In order to find the in order to even get to the tier 6 stuff, you have to go deep into the desert. And it changes every week. All the nodes, all the sections, everything changes every single week. So you have to scan every single quadrant to even find out where the POIs are in the first place. There are 81 quadrants every single week to scan. That means you have to physically go to each one of the different quadrants and launch a survey probe like what I just did. To uncover the POIs in each individual quadrant. And then you have to figure out, is there anything in this quadrant that I care about? and then decide whether you're going to go after anything in that area. It is a massive time investment. It's a massive resource investment. This whole concept of like people who have already got to the deep desert within the first 2 weeks of the game, and they're already bored with the lands red. There's nothing to do. You guys are it's just not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you bypassed the, 500 hours of other content there is in the game. And then this out ahead of us, having all of the different resources and the repeatable weeklies that you can do in here. It's pretty awesome. Hey, is that shipwreck? That shipwreck is technically inside of this wall. So everything that's inside of the wall is PvE, and the rest of it is the PvP. Open stuff in the desert. Anyway, I think I'm done here, Allie. I'm gonna head on back. I think we just head south. It looks like there's a shield, a blue shield right here. Oh, I overheated because I wasn't paying attention. Oh, that doesn't count, apparently. We may have to go a little further south. I don't know how far south. Oh, here it is. It's probably this thing right here. How come this one's not wanting to let me zone over? Look at all the quicksand down there. That's mildly terrifying. Oh no! We can't get out! I wonder if you have to go to a specific... I can't seem to fly through that to get it to trigger. I wonder if we're too high or something. I don't know. Maybe we have to be on the other side? Don't get hit by the quicksand. We're stuck in the game just like Jumanji. Yeah, I definitely can't get out on this one. We might have to go back to where we came in. I don't know if there's specific entry and exit points to the deep desert. I've never been in here, so... I guess let's fly around to the sector that we came in at, which was way over here. Yeah, I have no idea. I wonder if there's, like I said, we could be having a server hiccup, thing. Because we're in a group. There might be something because we're in a group and it could be bugged. But I could swear as soon as you hit that shield wall, it's supposed to prompt. Right, if I can't get out here, we'll just camp out and relog. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, but kind of not really. It doesn't show me anything when I'm zoomed out. Oh, it does. Oh, you have to zoom way out. So there wasn't a zone line over there. Oh, so it's definitely based on there being specific zone lines. Okay, that makes sense. found that out. We learned something new today. There are specific exit points for the deep desert. Cool. Back to Haga Basin I go. Anyway, someone was saying something earlier. I need to go scroll up in chat, but it was something along the lines of if you were a single player. Let me go find where I saw that in chat. Solo, this would basically take an entire day to both find what you need and get it back home, assuming you don't get into any PvP. Correct. So, and the big thing is like, the advantage that the guilds have over solo players in the deep desert is that they have a team of scouts ready to go the moment the server is back up and the deep desert is back up with the new resources, and they send out their team of 8 Ornithopter scouts, and those players scout, get the points of interest, figure out where the mats are, and then go from there. And now some people will say, oh, those people have an unfair advantage. No. You could join a guild and have the same advantage as they do, but you choose to be solo. You choose not to join a guild. That's definitely a you problem. I've come back to this before about the whole people who are like, if you take the average person who cycles in the park on their bike on the weekend versus the guy who does it on a team professionally and makes money at it versus the Olympic athlete that does it with a squad who train together, the guy who rides his bike on the weekends in the park loses the right to complain about not having a $10,000 bike and access to the $10,000 resources and the daily massage therapist and the high protein milkshakes and the doctor on staff and all the best Gatorades and vitamins and everything else that the Olympic athlete has, because the Olympic athlete has dedicated his life and his time and everything he has dedicated to being the absolute ultimate best cyclist he can possibly be. So he has the advantage because he does it all day, every day. That's no different than guilds. Guilds are prepped, primed, ready to go. They have the resources. If you want to be the solo guy who rides his bike on the weekend and dips his toe into the deep desert, once or twice a week, that's fine. But you should not have the same access to things as the elite people do. Maybe access isn't the right word to say. You should have access to it, but you're never going to be able to do things at that level because you are doing it solo. Do you want to be at that level? Shut the fuck up. Join a guild and get to that level. Otherwise, you lose the right to complain. It's not rocket science. It's just time and effort. Right. Guilds have an unfair advantage. No, they don't. You too could have a guild. Oh, it happens, Yeller. It happens all the time. Raiders have better gear than I. It's not fair. It's not fair that that person has that really cool sword. Go kill dragons to get the sword, dude. Like, that's been a complaint since day one in, like, MMORPGs, fantasy MMOs. Solo casual players complaining that they don't have the really cool endgame gear when the endgame players... It's not even necessarily the time factor and the effort factor. It's also, like, dealing with people is a thing. And so if you're in a guild, you're choosing to also have to work together with other players. And that means dealing with the parasocial aspect of teamwork and other people's quirks and other people's religious views and other people's political views and other people breathing heavily into the mic and other people eating into the mic and other people who never forget to mute the mic so their kids are yelling in the background or their dog is barking in the background or someone who never shuts up because they want to always be talking about their favorite anime show and they just constantly do this into the microphone and they never shut up. Like, if you choose to be in a guild, you choose to have all of that stuff going on, and that's another part of the challenge of group-based gameplay is being able to work well with others. There you go, Rooter. Thanks. Drebum says, as long as you have 2 hours a day to play, you can join the most elite guilds in the world. That's absolutely true. You only, because most high-end guilds only play hardcore like that for a few hours a day. However, you're also expected to keep your shit together on your own time. And that's something that a lot of people forget about. I don't want to spend my off time crafting healing pots, to take on the raid. I only want to log in those 2 hours a week, and it's like that's not enough. Like, you have to still be willing to put in the time and effort. Best way to find a guild for public server? The Discord? Probably, Yeller. Probably. The Discord has got like 1 million plus players in it. I think it's a big, yeah, there's tons of categories. All right, we dipped our toes into the deep desert. We built a T5 engine and T5 wings for my Ornithopter. We have gathered a bunch of crystals for the land, and we're currently working on refining water so that I can make my tier 5 weapons. Do I have enough to make a weapon yet? I might. I need... Oh, I'll have... Yeah, we're going to have 15 duralumin here in a second. So I'm going to make my spit dart. We're going to make my T5 spit dart. Actually, I need to check the stats on this first. 149. That might not be better than what I'm using. 149. Oh no, mine is still better. Thufir's best is still better. So I don't need that. What about 15.9? Yeah, the disruptor is better. Not today, Tater. I'm not in that mindset. Are you asking about flower sand? Are you wanting to know how to safely get flower sand? You don't need a thumper to get flower sand. I can show you how to safely get flower sand. That's easy. Yeah, I'm thinking I don't need to upgrade my sniper rifle, Lucas. This is slightly better than the SMG that I have. Because Seb's Kisser is what I'm using, and that does 15.9. This one does 24.4, so this is actually better. Let me make this weapon. Let me make this weapon, and I will go show you how to mine flower sand. It's really easy. I have enough to make a rapier. 54.3. I don't think I want to though, because mine does poison. 69.6. Yeah, my rapier is better too. Alright, get rid of Seb's Kisser, put this in, drop my Seb's Kisser in the storage chest as a piece of backup gear. Yeah, Poison Mist is a quest reward, correct. I actually found a schematic of one too, so I can always make a second one once that one. Yep, that's what we're about to show off. We're about to showcase that for the people who don't know. So, make sure I've got my compactor. Alright, let me get a timestamp, because this will be a how-to video that gets out on video. Harvest flower sand. We're 407. Alright. So, we're going to do this from scratch. We got asked by Tater Cake how to get flower sand safely. They were asking, do I need to use a thumper? You do not need to use a thumper. So we're going to head south to the sand. What you're looking for is a patch of sand that is close to the rocks. This also applies to any spice blows you see. But right now, here's what we're looking for. We're looking for any sort of flower sand that is close to the rocks. So we're going to look for the clouds that indicate flower sand. If you're driving around on your buggy or your bike, it's the same principle. I just happen to be doing this from an ornithopter. So we're going to head on over. There's a worm right there. There's a patch of flower sand right there. However, it's not close enough to the rocks for me to want to get to it. It's right down there. You can see it. Not going to go after that one. Oh, that one right there might be in. That one there might be close enough to the rocks to be worthwhile. We're about to find out. Might be close enough to the rocks to get. Looks like it is. Might be a tiny bit out into the sand. I think this one's fine. We might get the worm with this one. We might not. We're about to find out. I'm not going to land on it because I'm trying to teach people how to do this safely. So see, we haven't triggered the worm here. We're close enough to the rocks that we haven't triggered the worm. There's no squigglies on the screen. So you're going to come up here and you're going to go boom. I got to get a little closer. Now because we're close to the rocks, we're not triggering the worm. There's no squigglies on the screen at all. So what you're looking for is any sort of flower sand that is close enough to the rocks that you can get out to it without the squiggly marks showing up on the bottom of your screen. If there's no squiggly marks, there's no worm. If there's no worm, you can just sit here and harvest all day long until you max out your inventory space, load up your buggy, load up whatever you have. We can just see there's no threat of the worm at all here because we're not getting any squiggles. So we can just sit here and harvest. The key is finding flower sand that is close enough to the rocks that it doesn't trigger a threat. Now remember, these spawns change based on the Coriolis storms. So from time to time, these will disappear. And then if we go back to our Thopter really quick, you'll notice, we'll go back up and show you guys this. That one I wasn't quite sure if it was close enough to the edge, but it was. But there's also one that we saw right there. That one right there. That one is far enough out in the sand that if we were to land on that, you're going to trigger the worm with that one. This one right over here. That one is definitely going to trigger the worm. Now you could run the risk of landing your Thopter on top of this and trying to harvest it before the worm hears you. I'm not that type of player. I don't like to risk my buggies or my bikes or anything. So the big thing is just look for these flower patches. Are they close to a rock? Get over to it. This one looks like it might be close to a rock outcropping too. Oh, it might be a little bit down the slope. Might not be though. Hang on, I got stuck in my geometry here. Bad buggy. Okay. Let's go down here and see. Is this one close enough to not trigger? Oh, I hear the worm. But remember, it doesn't matter if we hear... Yep, vibrations. See that? That one? This one's definitely going to trigger the worm if we try to harvest this one. So I might be able to get this edge of it. Maybe, probably not. You see that? We're pissing the worm off right now. So this one, it runs the risk of pulling the worm. However, I would also argue that we're close enough back to the edge that even though this one might trigger the worm, you're right there. One sugar wire boost and you're back and he can't get to you. So Again, it's all about risk versus reward. Look for flower patches that don't have any of the squigglies, because those aren't going to attract the worm. You can harvest all day, no problem. You can occasionally find spice blows that look like that don't have any worm threat. Those are rarer, but you can find them. And that is how you safely harvest flower sand without needing to worry about the worm. Yeah, you're crazy, Lucas. I'm not nearly spice hungry enough to risk my Ornithopter yet. I wait for the ones that are close to a rock outcrop. I'm too scared, man. I don't have enough tier 4 stuff saved up to risk my Thopter. Right, like Yeller's clip yesterday in Discord about almost getting et by the worm. There you go, Tater, you're welcome. I'm going in the wrong direction, aren't I? I gotta say, I'm a big fan of that boost. Yeah, quicksand or drum sand, that's definitely asking for trouble. I just grabbed a bunch more flower sand, which I totally don't need. I have so much stockpiled, but it's all good. Stash this in my bags. Alright. I'm gonna stash my survey probe, because I don't need it. Okay. What did I need to make the... See, I don't think I need like a tier... It looks like only the SMG was worthwhile upgrading. My other weapons are better than, and I'm willing to bet once I do... I may end up finding a better disruptor at some point. Like a, I don't have any uniques right now. There's the disruptor pistol. But the problem is it's semi-automatic, which means more finger pulling, and I don't like to do that. I do like Seb's Kisser. Eventually I'll find a better SMG. Alright, should have let the water go. Alright, let's, I don't know if I want to do Benny Gesserit or Swordmaster next. Let's do Swordmaster. Maybe I get a really cool sword at the end of it that replaces my rapier. I doubt it. I gotta remember where he was. Was it Pinnacle Station? Yeah, I think this was him, if I remember correctly.
You have returned, Offwelder.
I have returned. I'm gonna go check to see if there's more coffee before we start doing anything here. All of my videos are solo, Willy Billy. Occasionally I've done stuff with Ali and Babylonia, but it's usually only like harvesting. Or occasionally we've gone and done some Imperial testing stations. So like when everybody gets leveled up and we're all ready to go, we'll probably go do some deep desert testing stations together as a group for sure. I don't mind risking the testing stations in the deep desert with friends. I won't do them solo because the deep desert ones are geared for 4 players, so you need a full group to go do those testing stations. So, all right. Hang on, I'm checking a couple things on YouTube, and then I'm gonna go get my coffee, and then we're gonna keep on going here. Yeah, Allie got 8 by the but I would also say that Allie has rebounded because she has her Ornithopter now. Babylonia got his Ornithopter 2 days ago, so I think we're all getting there. Yeah, well, the reason for that, Falcons, is they have told people, like, Funcom has told people over and over and over, the Deep Desert Imperial testing stations are geared for 4 players. They are tuned to 4 players in Tier 5 gear. Like, and then the deeper ones are for Tier 6 stuff. But it's geared for 4 players. Like, you're not doing those testing stations solo at all. It's geared for other players. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I suppose that's fair. What the heck? Let's check it out. But yeah, they're definitely geared for other players, for going in with a friend. Like, I don't even think Ali and I could do it as a duo. I wouldn't want to do it as a duo. I would just wait to like go in there with a full group of 4. Drubarm, I have no doubt, because you know that it's like the Necromancer back in EverQuest 1, like the patient player who isn't afraid of like kiting mobs around and taking 5 hours to do something that would normally be done in 30 minutes. Though I think we have one in chat. Virus says, I've soloed a few of the stations. It's very long, but possible. Lots of kiting. That's exactly what I was just getting at. There's always going to be the solo player who's very stubborn and says, I'm going to fucking do it. And it's going to take them 3 to 5 times longer than it would take a group of 4. But if you're cautious and you're careful and you're slow and methodical, sure, it's possible. I wouldn't want to do it though. I would wait. I'm too much of a PvE crybaby to be like, I need my friends. All right, I'll be back. Alright. I had to get a snack while I was out and play musical cats. Hang on, before I do this, I need to double check a few things and then we're gonna get going. Chris is making more coffee. She's about to start the grill outside, make a big old pot of beans. We were discussing lunch tomorrow because I'm gonna cook short ribs, which means I gotta get the ribs marinating first thing in the morning, which I will do before the stream. And then after tomorrow morning's stream, I will go grill some ribs up. Probably with some potatoes. I don't have any pickles, otherwise I would make a potato salad tomorrow. I wonder if I should start live streaming. Somebody asked me that the other day. Live streaming our cookouts, because we do our cookouts on Sundays, but live streaming that over on the Homestead channel. I might do that.
You have returned, Offwelder.
I want to learn from you.
I have a task that needs doing, which requires some discretion. Do it for me, and I will train you.
After years of silence, someone has finally reached out to me. It is hard to overstate how important it is that this contract remains a secret. Whoever left these messages might very well recognize me, and it is better that no one knows I still live. I need you to check a few of my dead drop sites for other messages. Bring back any that you find. What's Babylonia? Yeah, so she's making a big old pot of beans on the grill. She's gonna put some butifarra in, which is like a sausage. It's like a type of Spanish sausage. It's not the same as chorizo. It's not the same as longaniza. And that's gonna be a grilled pot of beans, so it gets that wood smoke flavor. I say grilled, on the grill with wood fire. It's gonna be good. Alright, let's go check Devil's Eye Canyon Cavern. Hey. I don't fucking think so, buddy. You know what he did? He knows what he wants. What a naughty boy. Oh, that was Frodo being a little shit, man. We brought him in the room because Chris needed to have the back door open to go cook. And he didn't want to be in here, so he went over to the door. And he knows he's not supposed to. We have a foam strip along the bottom to keep bugs out. And he just started going. And he knows as soon as I do that, I'm going to pay attention. He's a little monster sometimes. Alright, we are going east to the Devil's Eye Cavern. No, I've not done Swordmaster or Bene Gesserit. Also telling you guys, I'm gonna be 200 hours into the game before I ever finish quests, and then I still have my base. Which, by the way, have you guys seen this? I don't know if you guys saw. I published it this morning. We did a stream yesterday. We did 2.5 hours yesterday because it took forever to get this fucking gate to place how I wanted it to place, catty corner to this, but we finally got this figured out. So the 2.5 hours, the last 30 minutes was getting that structure built. That episode got published this morning. Now I can go in there and it'll be like 3 stories inside, and then we'll have a rooftop, and then I'm going to keep building up because I have to make that portion right here meet up with that portion up there. And we're going to follow the structure all the way up. And then we're going to build all the way around the structure like this and connect somehow. I don't know yet how, but somehow we're going to connect to the garage there. So I'm going to be 200 hours of just questing and exploration and base building, and then we have probably another 100 hours of working on that. And only after all of that will I be ready for the deep desert. There's nothing to do after you get to the deep desert, and I've only been playing the game for 30 hours. Uh-huh. I probably will never use knee charge. I don't really care about melee. I like ranged. However, I may end up with a Swordmaster. Although the Trooper stuff yesterday was pretty cool, I may end up making a Trooper alt. I just yeeted myself. That was awesome. Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I honestly, the more I play this game, like I'm really excited to when we get to the point where the guild is ready. Everybody's got their ornithopters. Everyone's ready to go into the deep desert, and we can like go do some of those testing stations. Because even if we just do the ones right along the edge of the PvE, like those are geared for 4 players. It's gonna be fun. All right, I got a new SMG. Let's try this baby out. Man, a fly got in here when I opened the door. That's gonna drive me nuts. Uh! Yeah, I definitely hear you on that point, Babylonia. It would be cool to be able to make alts on your home server, but I get it. But it would still be a lot cooler if we could. And be like, here, alt, here's a bunch of tier 5 weapons and armor. What would be the reason for alts? Wow, to do something different, to play a different class, to do a different storyline, to just do things differently, make different decisions. Like, I'm not joining the Harkonnen on this character. Why would I join the Harkonnen? This character's an Atreides. I would never betray the Atreides. So if I'm going to do the Harkonnen, I absolutely have to have a different character to do the Harkonnen. And this character is not a Swordmaster. Why would I, you know, like, I might do the Swordmaster quest just because I need the coin, but, like, I'm never going to play as a Swordmaster with this character. Oh, this is one of the trial caves. We were here forever ago. God, I've got like 25, 30 alts in Star Wars: Old Republic, Lord of the Rings Online, EverQuest 2, EverQuest 1, World of Warcraft. Altitis. Find a way onto the wreck of the palace. Trisiphonie. Okay. I don't think I've been to that one yet. God, the haunting woman vocals right here is so nice. Right, Slacker, right? Surprise! His voice actor did a great job. Yeah, alt accounts for the Landsrad benefits. Yeah, there's lots of reasons to have alts. Playing with different friends in different regions. European friends, play with them on the European servers, play with the Oceanic friends. Oceanic servers, like, there's all sorts of reasons. Now, not everybody's going to want to do. Energy wall. I haven't been to this one yet, so maybe I need to pay attention to that, hobo. I know there's an energized worm corpse in the amphitheater. If you touch that, you die. I found that one out the hard way. I may or may not have died to an electrified worm corpse. I don't think I've ever been out to this wreck before. As a result, I don't know where the entry point is. Worm is being pissy over there. Oh, I bet this is it right here. I have no idea what I'm looking for yet. The creak of the ruins is mildly terrifying because it sounds like it's about to fall down on top of me. Looks like I'm heading up and in. Better switch to my SMG. Oh shit, we got radiation. That's not good. Find the wreck. Alright, we're in. Continue searching the wreck. I'm gonna have to go kill that fly or get it out of the room at some point. That's gonna drive me bonkers. This is a big shipwreck. Oh, I'm herping a derping. Apparently I'm gonna have to find a pentashield key.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I did not bring any radiation gear in here. That stuff makes me super paranoid. Dude, there's quite a few quests in this game that have like horror elements, which is really surprising. There's always that chance, Christian James, but I've been playing for, I don't know, we're closing in on 200 hours. I've never seen another player at these shipwrecks, ever. It's not to say they can't be here. They could show up. There's totally the possibility. But I've been doing this, not in the beta, not in the closed beta, not in the beta preview weekend. I've never seen other players in these shipwrecks.
Sector weather alert.
There's
A
always
large
the
sandstorm
chance.
is approaching.
Absolutely. But again, what's there to worry about? It's just other players. Like a squad of 4 at most. What's going to happen when I die? Nothing. They don't get any of my gear. What am I carrying on me? Oh, they might get a handful of coin and a couple of resources. Oh, boo. No, the blue wall doesn't kill you, Hobo Star. Here's what happens, though. That's a, it's radiation. So watch what happens when you go in. Here. See that thing that just popped up? That little that triangle with a radiation sign, and there's a red thing that's filling up around it. It starts at the top and it goes around clockwise, right? That red represents how much radiation you can take. When it gets over to the 9 o'clock position, 9 o'clock, I gotta do this backwards. If this is 12, that's 3, that's 6. When it gets to 9, when it gets to 9 o'clock, 9 to 12 is when you're in the danger zone. If you're 9 to 12, get the fuck out. You can also hold the T button if you're on keyboard, or if you're on a controller, hold this button, and you'll see how much radiation you have. 150,000 is instant death. So if you ever get to 150,000, you're dead. So you just got to keep that in mind, because as soon as you duck out from the radiation area, yeah, there have been issues where the radiation thing has been bugged, and then it starts dropping once you go out. So you just gotta worry about that. I would say that I'm a higher risk than any other player out there, Christian, because I'm a streamer.
The engine core. Unsure how the sand even gets in.
And I'm on a public server.
Some extra hands to help look for leaks and tears in the hull. Nothing. I'm starting to imagine.
Because there are people out there who genuinely take pleasure in stream sniping. And I have had people actively trying to figure out what server I'm playing on. And that information is out there if you dig hard enough. But I don't publicly talk about it. Thankfully, our siege is largely made up of our friends, so.
Specks that sneak through every last little crevice. Specks of daily maintenance. Guess what thrilling obstacle we'll be tackling tomorrow? Did you guess sand?
Did you guess sand? That's awesome. She doesn't like sand. If you're on controller, it's the menu button. You just hold it. If you're on keyboard, I believe it's the T key. I have no idea I have no idea in regards to PlayStation controller. Oh, we got something up ahead. Oh, we got a constellation chest. That's always a bonus. sandbike. Oh, this is a Mark II engine. Boo. Okay, there's something over here. There's a pentashield key right over there. Alright, I need to now go to Imperial Testing Station number 76. It also brings up time of day, correct? Touching cosmic chests is the favorite part of my day. Especially when it's a pair of cosmic chests. Ah! I don't need fuel cells. Ooh, somebody was here ahead of me. I may not have to kill any bad guys. I might just be able to loot the chests. That's always fun. I believe the Mentat storyline is where I got the sniper rifle, if I remember correctly.
You've arrived at Botanical Testing Station number 76. I'm Station Leader Reinhardt.
I don't exactly remember. He cleared the whole thing. That's awesome. Yay! I'm just gonna like
meander through and be like, I'll take the chest, thank you very much. Yeah, it's nice mix. Sometimes it's like, sometimes you want to come in here and do the combat. Sometimes it's like, hey, nice, I get to loot like 15 chests and I don't have to shoot anybody. There's a key somewhere in here. There it is. I need to go back in the kitchen really quick and check on my coffee as soon as we're done here, because I think she was making more. Oh, this is tier 2. And I'm in like tier 4, tier 5 gear. I'm fine. Like, they're not gonna threaten me at all. It's probably a single sword strike to kill him. Question I have is, where do I gotta go for my objective? Yeah, I think we have to go through this door. Backpack full. How dare you tell me such heresy? I am carrying a whole bunch of crap. I can drop those. I don't need them. Drop those. Don't need those. Honestly, I could probably drop the extra 1,000 heavy darts that I have. I do want the armor stuff. That's a little harder to come by. Get, gosh darn it. Take. There we go. Where's the door that I need? There it is. I am looking for something right there. Report back to Arno at Pinnacle Station. I gotta remember to hit my base first and drop off all these guys. So speaking of respawn, thank you. I'm gonna salute my turret. That's not good. Constellation chest. Ooh, hang on. We got some other goodies in there that I'm gonna want. Let's drop the standard jaw. Let's drop the Deer Reaper. What else we got in there? I'll take those, and we're good to go.
Another slave for the hood. Gather found.
You've arrived at Botanical Testing Station number 76. I'm Station Leader Rymar III.
I don't care about all you guys. I'm gonna run away from here. Take it to the limit. Take it to the limit. Woo! That's right, noobs. Hello, that spice flow is very close to here. Hang on, is there quicksand near me? I feel like there's quicksand near me. There totally is quicksand near me. Yeah, I'm not placing my vehicle out here. Vila Caipa! Why Hey, I still get lost in them. I've been in some of those places like 10 times, Grimm's World. So, no worries. Hope Star just became a member over on YouTube. Thanks so much for the support. Yeah, I'm way too lazy to shoulder swap. I occasionally do so, but... Oh, we've got 2 new. Yeah, that's like tier 2 stuff, though. Albatross Mark 5 wings, nice. Gonna... How many things do I have? Oh, I'm good. I'm gonna drop those into the chest. That's called a short flight.
You have returned, Off-Welder.
Ah, I have, and I want more coffee, so let's get this done. So I can get more go juice.
Then we have a deal. I will teach you.
Thank you very much.
Strange. It felt less like I was training you and more like I was simply knocking the dust off skills and muscle memory that were already there.
That's because I'm special. Alright, so that unlocked the Swordmaster tree, which is cool.
You have returned, Offwelder.
Can you teach me more?
You've already been trained, Offwelder. I have nothing more to show you.
Ooh, who can train me?
There are others out there, somewhere. Maybe try Hako, if you can stand the stink of it. Or Arakin.
Arakin, yes, but who do I meet in Arakin? I'm gonna have to go find somebody in Arakin now. Is it not in it? If it's not, if there's nobody in Arakin, so you're saying it's a waste of time to go to Arakin? I don't mind that spoiler, by the way. If it's for sure in Harko, there, so it's, there's okay. Well, that's good to know. That's not a spoiler. That's just don't waste your time in Arakin. I don't have a problem with that spoiler. Arakin's a big place. Wandering around there for an hour trying to find somebody that's not even there, that would have been slightly aggravating. Man, I really want to go do a 4-man Imperial testing station now. I have enjoyed all of the storylines for the class quests, to be honest with you. I've thought they've all been pretty excellent. Coffee. Harko, coffee. Harko Village and coffee. I also really appreciate the fact that even if you're allied with the Atreides, you can still go to Harko Village. It's not like some of the old multiplayer MMO games where it's like, oh, you're of this faction, you're not allowed to go there. Do I want to spend time in Harko Village? Not really. But it's cool to be able to go there. If only to see what the other side lives like and go, ew, no. Yeah, but what kind of Atreides are you really? Alright, coffee, kids. I'll be right back. I did my go juice.
All right. Got my coffee. I also stopped for a side quest. I had to touch some cosmic chests. Funcom cooked Babylonia. Like, I honestly do. There are things that I kind of, there are obviously things that I would like different, but um, the whole, I feel like I'm on Arrakis, like that. It's pretty legit. Um, who are you? Nobody. That's just a random light. This was the doctor. I don't need to talk to her. I may be looking around for a little bit trying to find this guy. Hang on, there's somebody right around the corner. And honestly, I'll tell you what sold me on it more than anything else was when I got into closed beta and I was able to actually start interacting with the development team and I saw them nerding out over book details. I went, oh, it's in good hands. Like, I could give two shits what games they have previously developed. I really don't care. What I saw was people who were extremely passionate about Dune as an IP. So it wasn't just a bunch of people talking about how we're going to make this MMO, this game that's going to leverage the IP because it's famous, and we're gonna, it was, oh no, like, let's talk about book quote passages and why they're important and why we're focusing on this fundamental idea of this, that, or the other. Like, okay, you guys are book nerds. Oh, okay, yeah, the game is in good hands. Like, once I knew that once I knew their heads were in the right space, there is a blue light down there that might be somebody. Where am I? I hate not being able to scroll the map with the...
I don't recognize the pattern of your footfalls. Who are you?
Yeah, I think that, like I said, it's not exactly like, and I think anybody who's been a long-term follower of my channel knows that I prefer, and I made this very clear when I did my "This is my game of the year" post. I don't normally play survival games. Like, they're not my favorite. I will play the occasional survival game, but I don't normally play survival games. It's not my genre. PvP is not my genre. I fucking hate PvP traditionally. But I do, and my number one, the number one type of game that I play on my channels are RPGs, single player RPGs. Huge narrative sprawling RPGs. I love my RPGs. I love branching narrative. I love romance options. I love skill trees and being able to adjust my stats and Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder and Warhammer, and that's what I love. But I do love the Dune universe. And they have done such an excellent job of making me feel like I'm on Arrakis that I have been willing to overlook the fact that this is a very narrative light. It does have really good cutscenes and moments that immerse me into the character, but there's no, this shit doesn't matter. My choices in conversation, oh, I have an honorable option, doesn't change anything. It's just fluff. Okay, big deal. would I change anything about this game? If there was one thing I could change, I would love Funcom to have another $50 million to create branching narration, romances, and another 50 hours of storyline for me to pursue as a PvE gamer. Like give me more of that single player storyline we were pursuing where we're going off into the, and I know we have more coming, but I'm saying if I could change one thing about this game, it would be to add more PvE cinematic RPG elements to the game. Because that's what I love. But I'm willing to look past the fact that it doesn't have all of those things, and I'm willing to look past the fact that I don't normally play survival games and normally don't play PvE games because the game is so damn good in all the other things that it does. And the number one most important thing, it makes me feel like I'm on Arrakis. So it takes that inner 8-year-old child who read the Dune novel for the first time and makes me feel like I'm in a still suit and I'm actually surviving on Arrakis. And if you could do that, sold.
You're in dubious luck then. I am an adept of the Ginaz school. Millennia of martial knowledge distilled down to the broken form before you. Though I'm but a mangled memory of Saren Valen, a memory is enough to thrash you. Keep your distance.
I mean neither harm nor disrespect to an honorable warrior. I salute you, sir.
Then you are more civilized than most of the wretches who scuttle about here. Seems there's an old custom on this cruel planet to cast the blind out among the dunes for burial by way of Wormbelly. Several curs accosted me to uphold that tradition. I scribed regret upon their flesh in so bold a signature as they won't soon forget. On guard.
I seek further training in the ways of the Swordmaster.
Whether you are worthy or not, my days of training are long gone. Still, there's something you could do for me, and maybe we can reach an accord.
Yeah, I've been doing a ton of base building, and that's a lot of fun. It's also very frustrating. Like, I'll definitely admit, like last night, I did 2.5 hours of base building, and it was 2 hours of struggle busing because the land claim was bugged. Before I realized that it was bugged, camped to character select, came back, and suddenly was able to place the things in the way I wanted to place them. So I sat there for 2 hours on a live stream last night, cursing at the fucking bug, not knowing it was a bug. Relogged, fixed the bug, and then was able to spend the last 30 minutes of my stream building the actual structure that I wanted to build. So it is a lot of fun. And it's fun enough that, like, I'm willing to sit through the bugs because it's like, I'm going to figure this out. Because the base building is a blast. And I've also spent, like, 150,000 credits on all of those building parts. You damn well right I'm going to get the most out of those.
In a recent scrape, I gave as good as I got. Oh, but the knaves made off with the last possession that is important to me. The hilt of my old Ginaz sword. Find out who did this, and I would find myself obliged to you.
We had to head to the local drinking establishment. He's all the way back in the back corner. Contract made out to a group of sandflies to punish Saren Varlin, issued by Alara Tuick. Oh, my favorite lady in the whole wide game. Call me Kitten, please.
Oh, look. The kitten is back. Do we have business?
I need to know who this voice actress is, because I don't know who she is, but I love her character. Alright, I have evidence you hired sandflies to harass Saren Varlin. I want answers.
Easy, kitten. You ought to buy me a drink before opening with a crazy rant like that. Who did what to whom?
Ooh, I found a contract which leads straight to you.
Perhaps not so crazy after all. What would you like? A pat on the head?
Why don't you tell me who wants Saron Varlin harassed?
I'm a professional intermediary. Even I do not know who hired me to arrange this. Now, you could escalate things, but no one would like the results of that, and you still wouldn't have answers. We could go through all that drama, or...
Her name is Mara Junot. Or Junot? It might be Junot. Oh, she's done all sorts of stuff. She was in Avowed as Giada. Holy shit, that's where I recognize her from. Giada! In Avowed, which was my first romance option. I knew she sounded familiar. She was also in Arcane as a variety of characters. Oh, she's done all sorts of voice acting. She did Ilaria Windrunner in World of Warcraft: The War Within. Also, that's where I recognize her from as well. Ikora Ray in Destiny 2. Oh, she's got a massive... Initiate Nicole Gaines, Carmen, Fallout 76, Expeditions in Atlantic City. She has a really... Oh, she's in Starfield as Zuri Ibarra, Kati Rosenblum, Agent Number 1. Dude, she's been in all... That's why I recognize her. All sorts of games that I've played. Diablo 4 as Isbel, who is like the main fucking character. Man, she has got a massive IMDb page. I'm like seeing like 30 games here that I've played over the years that she's done voiceovers for. So I knew she sounded familiar, but I hadn't actually looked her up until just now. Very nice.
I could placate you by telling you exactly where to find the sandflies who did this, and you can wring what satisfaction you can from their necks.
Very well.
I've marked the location on your sync chart. Their base is in the Para north of Haga Basin. Don't expect a warm welcome, and don't mention my name.
Back to the desert, my friends. Barbarossa asks, does anyone know if you can still use the swatches or building schematics that you bought from a house even if you leave that house? I don't know the answer to that, no. I would assume once you've unlocked them, they are account-wide unlocked. I could be wrong on that, though. They might only be character unlocked. Because they probably want you to spend another 120,000 the next time you go play. You know what I mean? That's a good question. I don't know. Because, like, what if I allied myself with the Atreides on this character, and then I go roll on another server? Do I still have all of the same faction unlocks? Because those are, like, swatches and variants, or are those character-bound? I don't know. Hyde says once you've bought them, they're yours on that server, which kind of makes sense. But I wonder what happens if you go to another server. Do you start from scratch? Stoic says they appear on your alt, but you can't use them. That's unfortunate. The Sentinel? Yeah, the Sentinel is like my number one. Anonymous just gifted some subs on Twitch. Thanks so much for the support. Character bound. Oh shit, I was supposed to report back to somebody. Oh no, I came all the way back to Haga Basin. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, that is precious. I got so sidetracked looking at somebody's IMDb page that I like spaced out that I was just supposed to run back to the dude and not come all the way out to our Haga Basin. She like gave me the location. That's what happens when somebody calls me kitten with a sultry voice. I get all sorts of can't focus. Excuse me. The voice matches the face too. But yes, that voice is just swoon. Because it'll be report back to Saren and then go take care of the guys. I just missed this part because I wasn't paying attention. We might have to see about next weekend. Like maybe next Sunday or something, we'll see if people have gotten to the point where they're ready to maybe do a little bit of 4-man dungeons in the guild. I think most people will have their Ornithopters by then.
Oh, we meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you.
Regarding my task?
Yes?
Group of sandflies at your sword hilt. I know their location.
I see. Then I would like to amend our contract. Bring back my sword hilt. Do what you must to the sandflies.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Amending a contract in the middle of the contract. Do you have the coin to do so, sir?
All that matters is the sword hilt.
You know, all
It's
that matters
I
is
have
my
left of
coin,
my
sir.
past. Please bring it to me. I will train you if you do.
So the training better be good, because I'm doing this for free. It's never good. Ugh. It's never good when a client tries to renegotiate the contract mid-contract. That's why you have special clauses in the contract to protect yourself against such things. Oh, you want to check? Yeah, okay, the rate just quadrupled. The moment you try to introduce a change, you pay 4 times what we agreed upon at the very beginning. Now you're paying hourly instead of... And that's where talent comes in, Grimm's World. The difference between a AAA company and an indie company is where a AAA company is going to have a dialogue director, a head of writing, all of these different teams come together. But indie games are so much better than AAA games. No, they are not. There are occasionally some really cool indie titles that jump out and do innovative things, but most indie titles suck ass. Here, I'll give you an example, guys. Here, I'm gonna open up my Gmail really quick. This is my public email, which is associated with my Twitter and my YouTube and everything else for people who want to get in touch with me for official options. So yesterday, what was June 20th? June 20th was yesterday. 1, 2, 3. That's in the public box. June 20th. 4. That's in the spam box. Alright, I got 4 direct emails yesterday that I can see at quick glance for little indie titles. And I think all of these are made by one-man teams. I'm double checking here. Hi, we're a new indie game that just released our free demo. It's kind of like this meets this. And it's just these are like little and I'm sure they are innovative projects. But the problem is like my time is limited. You know? Kupapo just gifted a sub over on Twitch. Thanks for that. And subscribed himself. Thank you for that, Kupapo. Appreciate the support. I mean, I get so many indie offers every single day. It's just... And none of them are going to be able to compete with a AAA in terms of polish, budget, voice acting, class stuff, like... Sounds like you need a new wife, Grey Cat. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. And to your wife, please, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I don't want you to get smacked upside the head right now. And in case you're not playing with headphones. That's when you get your wife a Steam Deck and you play together. There you go. Problem solved. Couple the games together, stays together. There may be other NPCs on site that I don't have to... Boy, they're doing something weird down there. Oh, they're fighting amongst each other. There is some weird pathing going on over there. Ow, I missed the thing I was supposed to do. Shot myself with poison. Lovely. Alright, I've entered the base. Find and kill the leader. Man, that poison is deadly. I'm taking a ton of damage. I'm like poisoned myself. Hi guys. Oh my goodness, that's 2 flamethrowers. Fire hot, fire burn. Somebody behind me? No. Ah! The leader is down. Okay. Woo! Hang on, that's the leader right there. I don't think there's anything over here that I really need to worry about, but let's go ahead and check all the boxes. Nah. Hello there. I think we're done here. Let's see here. Going back. Alright. Where's the nearest boundary edge? Probably that right there. Back to Harku. Spice refiner had some spice in it. Oops! Too late. The map has some wonkiness to it since the patch, and it's not every time we open the map. Other people reporting it as well. Occasionally when you open the map is having some lag issues. Yeah, it's better. Vehicles don't take damage.
Sector weather alert. A large
At least not from falls and stuff. Probably. Yeah. It's not a thing that bothers me, so I don't worry about it. But I would assume it's a simple log to character creation to fix. In the words of IT programmers all over the planet. Turn it off and back it on again. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Pestilence the Cat claims that they completed every single thing there is to do in Dune Awakening in less than 2 weeks. And claims this is literally their comment on YouTube. There's just no longevity for Dune. I was hoping to get weeks of content, but I got less than 2 weeks. I'm done with it. I have nothing left to do, and I'm not a no-lifer. The PvP is boring. The PvE content was zero challenge. Didn't even require my tier 4 gear. I got all the cosmetics extremely quickly. There's no longevity. I cry bullshit. I can smell it a mile away. You're so full of bullshit. Bye-bye, Pestilence the Cat. I love banning people from my YouTube. I get a sick, perverted pleasure from hitting that hide from channel button. Yeah, exactly, Grims. Thank God, thank the gods that person has moved on to a different game and they no longer pollute our airspace. It's an extremely dubious claim, Great Cat. Like, if you are done with the content of Dune Awakening in less than 2 weeks, you absolutely no-lifed it. So to claim that you're not a no-lifer, I did all the story content. I got all the cosmetics. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You know how I know you didn't? Because the amount of money that it costs to purchase all of the cosmetics from all of the factions, because you have the Harkonnen and the Atreides. Then there's all the cosmetic gear that you get from the random merchants that you find around the game map. The social gear. You did not get every single cosmetic in the game and finish all the story content and all the PvE content, all the PvP content. You did not get all of that in less than 2 weeks. You are full of shit. Because I've been playing my ass off. And I'm only one example. I've definitely no-lifed it for the last 2 weeks. And I haven't touched the Harkonnen side of the game. In terms of... I still haven't bought any of the Chome interior decorations or any of the Chome swatches or cosmetics. I haven't finished all the cosmetics on the Atreides side. I still haven't done the Scout gear, the Kirab gear, the Assault Ornithopter variant. I haven't done the swatches for weapons, the swatches for armor, the swatches for the vehicles. Like, I haven't done any of that stuff because I don't have the money. Because I have to pay land claims and taxes. And to try to claim that you've done all that, plus you've done it on the Harkonnen side? No, you didn't. You did not.
Oh, we meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you. Yes?
I've recovered your hilt, sir.
Place it in my hand.
Oh, place something in your hand, sir.
Yes. Even without eyes, my hands know this hilt. Its familiar heft is as comforting as an old friend.
It is hefty, sir.
You have my gratitude.
Oh. Alright. Get my mind out of the gutter. Right, Fluffy? I didn't know Life It and has like, 152 hours game.
And?
Elara Troic knows who they are.
I have no interest in doing that.
Whatever pawn sent to Rassi will do so again.
Drop it now.
How could you possibly not want to know?
Because I already know. My apologies. I already know who did this. You look upon a broken man, living in the refuse of his ideals and former glory, kept alive by an enemy who respects him too much to let him die.
Tell me the story.
Forgive me if my trust in humanity is shattered. Let the story alone. Let's keep this simple. You've earned some training. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Then let us begin. Let the blade fill your hand. Let the blade become your hand. Be mindful of your breathing and listen carefully to my words. Remarkable. There are fighters who possess.
Bubblehead says it's not no lifing if you only spent 5 times the time others spent in full-time job during that period.
Someone far more experienced.
Alright, I've unlocked level 2 Swordmaster skills.
Oh, we meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you.
Saron, the one who's after you is the same person who maimed you, yes?
No, you're more relentless than a desert bat lapping up a dead man's tears.
Honor demands these wrongs to be addressed. Does not your blood boil?
My blood had gone cold and viscous, but it is quickened once more. Yes, the one who's after me and the one who made me like this are the same man.
So why doesn't he just go get...
He sits in a high place.
Tlaxlu eyes.
In the power structure of the Imperium, high
Maybe he can't
above
afford
the
him.
reach of justice.
So what are we going to do about this?
I had no aspirations but to wallow in defeat. When you placed the sword hilt in my hand, something awakened. Something that won't let old wrongs lie. Let it lie. If you really want to help me, you can help me get a new pair of eyes.
New pair of eyes. That's what I was just asking about.
Artificial eyes, created by the frightful arts of the Tli Laxu.
That's what I was just saying. Why don't you get Tlaxlu eyes? Yeah, why have you waited till now to do this?
Hesitation has stayed my hand. Apocryphal tales of Tli Laxu eyes enslaving the user. Thoughts that such a marriage of metal and flesh must be sinful. But I have also heard how these metal eyes improve the user. How they are more powerful, more durable than this fragile jelly. The desire for revenge eclipses my hesitation. The time is now. I need your help.
Let's do it.
I am being watched. You can move about unobserved. I need you to seek out a black market trader by the name of Anushka Hanivar. When you meet her, order a Karana brandy with a Sidrit twist. Order that drink precisely. It's important. Ask her about the eyes.
So this is very interesting. I'm going to make a slight critique here. It's a critique, but it also is a great insight into game development on a budget. So obviously, this is a AAA game, but every AAA game, every game out there is going to reuse assets. That's just, and I've told people this years, go play every MMO you've ever played. These are big games. They have to reuse things. Like, my favorite is looking at the tree bridges in Lord of the Rings Online. Once you've seen one of those tree bridges, you'll start seeing them everywhere. They just scale the size of the tree up and down to fit the gaps, and they change the bark color. But it's the same tree asset. They've just reused it 150 times throughout the game. Asking the bartender about a Karana brandy with a Sidric twist is the exact same line of dialogue that we just used when we were talking to her about the trooper quests that we were doing because we were interacting with the bartender here, and that line of dialogue is what you would use to trigger her special quest answers. So what they've done here is they have creatively used that same line of dialogue, which is a static line of dialogue that the NPC always has available, but depending on which quest you're on, that static line of dialogue is going to point you to the next line of dialogue, which is tied to various different quests, but they all share the same root starter, which is I'm going to ask for Kyrian brandy, a Kirana brandy with a citric twist. That's a very interesting way of doing this. Versus just reusing that line of dialogue for multiple quest objectives from multiple. So we did it all the time with the Trooper quest, and now we're going to also do it for the Swordmaster quest, which is kind of fun. It's kind of cool. It's a cheap little trick. It's not lazy. This is when you have a budget and you're creatively finding ways to reuse assets because you have your budget spent in other ways. So I wouldn't call it lazy at all. That would be the same as calling Lord of the Rings Online developers lazy for using the same tree over and over and over. That's just smart game development. You put your budget in other places. Now, later on, you can always come back and add new lines of dialogue to the NPCs. But it costs a lot of money to get voice actors to voice different lines of dialogue for all these different quests. It's not so much the writers. It doesn't take that long to write a line of dialogue. But it does take a lot of money to get a voice actor in, to get a sound engineer to go over it, to get the programmers to put it all together, to make it all line up.
That's a special drink. Fresh citric juice is hard to come by on Arrakis. Was there anything else with that?
I'd like some pathetic eyes on the side.
A rare and discerning garnish to be sure. What you want are some Tlilaxu eyes.
I'm gonna disagree. I'm gonna agree to disagree, Badger. It's not next to nothing when you're talking. Like, union voice actors cost a fortune to hire.
Afraid not. Tlilaxu eyes are hard to come by.
And if you got a writer on staff, they're costing you arguably probably $75 an hour.
You raiding Saren?
But booking voice talent is expensive. Really expensive. That's why so many games don't actually use voice acting.
Spooky bunch if you ask me. So don't ask me.
One of my favorites was looking at when I played Robin Hood Sherwood Builders last year. And they used a voice-to-text program for all of the NPCs and only used a voice actor for the main role of Robin Hood because they didn't have a budget for it. So they used a voice-to-text program, and it was really bad. I appreciated the effort that they went to at least have a fully voiced game, but it was noticeably bad. But that's also why you look at like Owlcat games like Rogue Trader, Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder the Wrath of the Righteous. Those games are not fully voiced for a reason, because they don't have the budget for it. It costs a fortune to get voice actors in. Did it say where this person was? I wasn't paying attention. Hang on, why is it not tracking? There we go. Haga Basin. Inquire about the eyes of the Lexu trader in Haga Basin. I think a lot of people, like, if you go back to the development of Star Wars: Old Republic, which was, what, more than 15 years ago now. That game cost $250 million to make. And if I remember correctly, I would need to go back and verify the numbers. But I believe half of that budget went towards the fact that that game was a fully voiced MMORPG with every single line of dialogue for hundreds of hours of content. There were 200 hours of content between the 8 classes that the game started with, plus all of the flashpoints, all of the side dungeons, and all of the cities. So several hundred hours of fully voiced game. It was, if I remember correctly, $100+ million budget for the voice acting, and that was back in 2010 dollars. Thanks for the gifted subs, Duchess Atreides. Oh, beautiful name, love it. Yeah, the cost to get Rogue Trader fully voiced would be astronomical, because that is like walls of dialogue. That's one of the reasons that Rogue Trader is... I had to quit reading all of the... I couldn't read everything off of that when I was streaming it. I had to start just paraphrasing, because it was too much dialogue. I think even Co Carnage said he quit playing Rogue Trader because he couldn't read all the dialogue. It was just too much. I think that was when he actually went and created the AI app that he got made, which reads things in his voice. This is not main storyline, Christian James. This is not main storyline. This is class quests. So each class has its own series of quest chains that are probably, what, 5 to 10 hours long, maybe? I think they kind of range. I think they're like 5 to 10 hours. Might be less than 5 hours. I actually don't know. I haven't ever tracked them, but I spend so much time yapping with people while they're doing the quests. Dude, yeah, Rogue Trader is a massive walls of texts. Oh, right there at Pinnacle Station. Which, that's wink wink, we might be doing a Rogue Trader playthrough, a second playthrough of Rogue Trader in July. After we finish up Death Stranding 2. We're going to be checking the schedule, because I also want to dive into the rebooted Destiny 2. But that's on the 15th.
Welcome back.
That's what Co Carnage did, Hector. Co Carnage had someone develop him a voice, a text-to-speech AI program, which reads the dialogue in his own voice, and it's an app that he had developed for him, and he basically drags a box around any dialogue that he doesn't want to read with his real voice, and the AI app reads that dialogue in his voice. But he paid for someone to develop that privately for him.
Well, then you've come to the right place.
And if I remember correctly, Rogue Trader was the game that inspired him to do that, because it was just so much dialogue.
Almost certainly. But we propose a
It's like, also, for those of you who have ever played like Lord of the Rings Online, can you imagine trying to get voice actors to fully voice Lord of the Rings Online?
Their enclosures, fled our custody. We have tracked them to a nearby ecological testing station.
That'd be kind of mind-boggling.
Kill our escaped experiments before they attract too much notice. In return, we will provide the eyes you require. Deal? Pleasure doing business with you.
Okay, we got a new contract. Ooh, I am out of fuel. Oh, somebody's building a Atreides base over here. That's looking pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Oh, they've got their turbines up top. They've got multiple pentashields. This might be a guild base. Nobody's in there at the moment. Looking good. They've got it right on top of an Imperial testing station. Eliminate. Oh, hello. We've got creepy zombies now. Woo! Slightly terrifying. Ghoul are never fun. Those were Telexu experiments, aka Gola. Is it Gola or Gola? I always forget. Gula, Gola, Gaola. They're like golems, essentially. Like they're test tube babies is what they are. Test tube creatures that can become face changers and all sorts of fun stuff. Oh, I missed your previous question. I do wonder what the face dancers will be in the long run. Oh yeah. No, they're definitely in the game. They're part of the main storyline. Oh yeah. They're definitely part of the main storyline of this game. They're definitely here. better not leave that out. They, not a million times, but yes. Duck in Idaho is in fact, well, he did come back as a ghoul though. Yep.
Welcome back.
Your experiments have been put down.
Your thoroughness is appreciated. We are a man of our word. A pair of Tleilaxu eyes. Simply insert them into the ocular cavities. They do the rest.
They do the rest. That sounds mildly terrifying. You won't feel a thing, just a little pinch. The first three are really good. Sparky Finn. The first one is, you know, the seminal novel. The second two kind of establish pretty much everything that's going to go on in the next, you know, I can't remember how many there are. There's 7 or 8 in the first original series. And then he died, and then his son has written, with Kevin J. Anderson, they've done, I don't know, 30 other books or something. A bunch of comics. They've done a whole bunch in terms of expanding, kind of like Christopher Tolkien did with his dad's work, you know, expanding it with the Silmarillion and all the other stuff over the years. It's the same thing that Brian Herbert has done with his dad's work. So if you really go whole hog, I mean, there's 50 novels you can go read. But yeah, the original trilogy, Dune, Dune Messiah, Children of Dune, that was definitely sort of what started it all. So I don't know how many books are in the paperback version you bought. Yeah, the later books got really, like, he went deep down the rabbit hole of like existentialism and politics and religion and like the God Emperor of Dune, and that shit gets super weird. Like, then it starts spanning thousands of years of time and the creation of the godhood, and it gets really, really, really weird in the later books. So I would say that the original trilogy are really fun, seminal science fiction. Everyone should read them. Only like Dune nerds need to worry about reading anything beyond that. Now, the good thing about the Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson books is they are very much in the vein of like modern science fiction, so they're just really fun, entertaining, best-selling novels that are easy to read. Frank Herbert's stuff is not always easy to read, especially even parts of like Dune, even parts of the second 2 books are a little struggle bussy. But man, that's what you get when you're a 60-year-old dude doing LSD and writing science fiction at a time when everybody's on drugs. Like, that's what everyone was enjoying at the time. I feel like his waypoint is not showing me where he's at. He's supposed to be out and back. The glory of House Harkonnen.
Oh, we meet again. The rhyme of your stride betrays you. Yes?
I have your eyes, sir. They're even in a nice little contact case.
You do? Please, place them in my hand. Carefully. Now that the moment is here, I find myself hesitant.
Just put them in the sockets.
The only way forward is forward. I must do this.
Do they work? Oh, I've got some weird...
it is not the sight I recall. In the gory darkness of my mangled eyes, I could see no future beyond these cesspool alleys.
Now the problem is
Now,
that Felixu
I
eyes
see
sometimes come
possibilities.
with
I
complications.
see a path, thin as the single moleculed edge of an obsidian blade, leading me to retribution. The self-pity drains like pus from a wound. It is a feeling that's a little like hope, and a lot like hate.
It's good to see you back in action.
You have done me a tremendous service. I shall not forget. Now you've more than earned some training. Let the blade fill your hand. Let the blade... You seem to know the exercise before I even taught you the sequence. It's almost suspicious.
Okay.
What have you learned?
How do you fare?
With these new eyes, I am reborn. I have focus of purpose. A single purpose. Retribution.
If there is any justice in this universe, you will have your revenge.
Well said. My house has fallen. My enemy killed my ideals and mutilated my body. But I still have this bitter consolation. But I shall grip it tight.
Okay.
What have you learned? With these new eyes, I am reborn. My house, I'm forced to admit that I do feel a faint ghost of my past self when training a proper pupil again. It's just a dim ember in the dark.
Perhaps an ember worth kindling.
Perhaps.
So neither one of those are prompting a training. Have I earned your trust?
Yes, but let's take a moment to enjoy my newfound sight and to further your training.
Okay.
Go out. Off you go.
Oh,
then.
shit. I clicked too soon. Ah! Well, he gave me a contract. Practice knee charge. So this is where I don't know that I have enough points left, and I don't think I have 4 points I can spend. I can't respec until tomorrow because I just respec for the trooper stuff yesterday. So let's see if I have enough to learn the things I need to do. Practice knee charge. So we need to learn this first. Now, if it's like the other one, I don't actually have to go anywhere to use these abilities. Oh, yes I do, because I can't use them in town. Oh yeah, I can. Can I use that here? Nah, it's not going to let me use them in town. I think we're blocked. Yeah, we're blocked from using abilities in social hubs, so we'll have to go out to the Hogger Basin. But I don't think we have to do it on enemies. I think we can just do it anywhere. Or at least the trooper ones, I could do them anywhere. I'm really excited for the Owlcat Expanse game they're doing based on the Expanse. Because I know that a lot of people like the books, but I just loved the TV show. Like, the Expanse TV show was phenomenal. I've dipped my toes into the book, and, you know, the books are good, but that show was what established what does a Belter sound like, you know? What, you know, the dialogues of the Martians versus the Belters versus the Earth Alliance, and like, I can't wait for that game. A Mass Effect style game set in the Expanse. So good. I will lose a lot of time in that game for sure. We've also got Exodus at some point, which is from the guys who actually worked on the original Mass Effect. I'm intrigued by Exodus. That has the potential to be something special as well. Alright, shouldn't matter. Should be able to do these right at the edge. the map. Excuse me. Might be time for another cup of coffee. Okay. Oh shit. I am getting warm vibrations here. We better get off the sand. Note, note, note. Fuck did it stick us? Look at him coming. There he comes. Look at him. Look at him. He was coming to get me. Where the fuck did it stick me? You bitch. Pardon me while I borrow your landing pad, sir. Yeah, The Expanse is a great show. Okay, now what's next? And do I have enough points to do it? Practice Eye of the Storm. Which is what? Oh yeah, I'm not getting to that without a respec. And I can't respec for another... Oh no, I can respec now. I need to get to a safer place than this to do a respec. So let's... I've got a base around here we can go back to and I'll respec there. Where the heck is the hammer? There it is. Which means I won't be doing the Bene Gesserit storyline today because I won't be able to respec for the Bene Gesserit storyline. Yeah, I didn't anticipate Owlcat breaking out because they've been doing, I knew they were opening and starting to publish other games, but they've been pretty stuck to that CRPG circuit for quite a few years. But it looks like they got some massive funding and were able to, go a different route with what they're doing with the Expanse. But they still have another Rogue, Dark Heresy coming out, which is another kind of Rogue Trader-like game. Alright, so they want me to respec. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm only going to take what I'm supposed to take to do these quests. So I got to get up to that. Now, why can't I spec into that yet? Restricted until a second ability has been obtained. Can I get here from there? Like a connected module? Thank you. Eye of the Storm. Oh, it didn't. Okay, I was gonna say it didn't count. It did count now. Okay. So cool looking abilities, like I know some people love the melee. I'm not a huge melee fan. I always prefer ranged. But that's pretty cool looking. Like, my cloak's all bugged out now. It's like, what did you do? Okay. That's number 3. What's the next one? There's always 3. Practice crippling strike. I think I saw that over here. Yep. Do I have to have that equipped? I thought I had learned knee charge. It's telling me right now that, oh, because I learned it before. And then I respec. That would be why. Crippling strike. That's pretty cool, man. I'm not going to use them for this character, but that's pretty cool, no doubt. And then we go back. Yep. But not yet, we're not going back. I got to respec everything back into my Mentat here. Let's see here. I'm just gonna do this on the mouse and keyboard right now. Okay. Repair. I suppose I could leave some points open if I wanted to do, if I can get to the Bene Gesserit stuff today. What time is it? 6.5 hours into the stream. We'll see if we get to the Bene Gesserit stuff today. I mean, I could take all of these. I kind of feel like I might just want to wait. Because I don't know if I'm going to get to the Benny Gesserit stuff today. I would like to leave. I bet I won't. But I also can't respec for 48 hours, so if I want to make sure I have points left over... Somebody's meowing at the door. Let me see who this is. What's up? Did Mommy leave you inside? Come on. Come on. Come on. Do you want to come say hi to everybody? Come here, you big baby. What are you crying about? Come here. Oh, meow. Is it snack time? Is it snack time? Meow. What's up? What's up? Meow. Are you hungry? Do you want a snack? Where's Mommy? Is she outside doing chores and not paying attention to you? Or just big boy? Oh, you're gonna eat the microphone. Rawr. What's up? What's up? You wanna go over and say hi to your brother? He's sleeping. I probably need to go give him a snack. He's crying at the door. He's probably crying at the back door, but Chris is outside working with the chickens, so she didn't hear him. You're shedding fur everywhere, buddy. Give me a minute, guys. I'll go grab another cup of coffee and give Lucas a snack, because he's obviously shedding fur and wanting a snack. Yeah, thanks for the cat booty. Reminds me of that TikTok video. Use my booty. Look at my booty. Purr, purr, purr. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, more coffee is hashtag worth it. Alright, I think I'm going to leave the rest of this skill tree alone. Just in case I decide to get to the Benny Gesserit stuff. I shouldn't honestly need too much of this. Different tiers on Twitch? I don't really know, to be honest with you. I would have to look up what are the different Twitch tiers. I think Allie was just doing a drive-by. Oh, I forgot to grab fuel. I'm gonna have to make that a priority as soon as I come back. Alright. I got the last cup of coffee. Chris is nowhere to be found, so I think she must have ducked out to go to the market or something. So I went ahead and grabbed the last cup of coffee. Isn't the new land route decree on, is it Sunday nights or Mondays? I forget. Hang on, I gotta finish my leg stretches before we go any further. Alright, back to talk to Ciron.
What have you learned? Yes? Yes, the subtle changes in your stance and posture tell me the story. You are ready to unlock new strata of your potential.
That's right, sir. Show me the new strata. I'm also ready to hear the full story of the enemy who put you here.
You're right. You've proven yourself. I have nothing to hold my tongue but cowardice, and that would be an unworthy demonstration for a pupil. I once trained young adepts of Gnaz. When our house fell, Count Fenring contracted me to come to Kaitane and train students from the Sardaukar. As I trained them, something in their arrogance and soulless brutality disturbed me. I investigated their origins. I learned things about Salusa Secundus I should not know.
Such as?
I'd rather not say out in the open. Count Fenring discovered my prying and offered a choice. A duel to the death, or execution. He said he must test himself against the best. We fought. I lost. He took my eyes with a dagger. I could hear him popping them betwixt his fingers.
Ew.
I'll never forget his words. Though the Emperor wills it, it would be a crime against the Imperium to destroy a teacher such as you.
So he brought you to Arrakis.
Dumped me, wretched and mutilated in the purgatory of these Harko village streets. I assume he has eyes watching me in my freakish defeat. Yeah, but enough of these light-hearted tales. I owe you training, and you owe me excellence.
Light-hearted tales.
Let the blade fill your hand. Let the blade become your hand. Be mindful of your breathing, and listen carefully to my words. You nearly had me there. A lesser man would feel threatened. I am a worthy man, and so I take pride in the efficacy of my teachings.
Alright, unlocked Swordmaster Capstone skill. Got some more money. Technically, I now have enough for the next 2 rounds of taxes, but I'm probably going to go spend some money at the Trades Faction Merchant in a little bit to unlock some more skins and variants.
What have you learned?
I wish to be the equal of any true swordsmaster.
Tell me, pupil, why do you wish to match the adepts of Gnaz? A noble cause can feed the soul. However, the universe has a way of complicating things we once thought pure and without blemish.
Oh, wow. That is a good line of dialogue. The universe has a way of complicating things we once thought were pure and without blemish. Oh, shit. That dialogue right there. That's good. Yeah, that's a good line. I'm gonna write that down. That is something to mirror. Think about different ways to say that. The universe has a way of complicating things we once thought pure and without blemish. That is a good line of dialogue.
Now I continue to pass on this grand tradition. You must forge a ceremonial Damasteel sword. I lack this particular knowledge.
So how do we accomplish it?
I know of only one other swordmaster on this planet.
Woo!
My old student, Duncan Idaho.
Fuck yeah.
Go to him. See if he can teach you the process.
Off we go.
Off you go then.
We're going to meet Duncan, Idaho. Oh, by the way, who are you? Oh, I bet you're the Benny Gesserit lady.
And what are you supposed to be?
Okay, good to know that I found you on the way through here. I know just where to go to find him. I inadvertently found him through just exploration at the beginning of my journeys. When I crawled up the cliff to see what that awesome fortress was at the top, I said, "Oh, Helios Gate. This is cool." Fuel. I need to stop at my base for fuel. That is #1 priority. Come on now. Oh, I use stuff for future projects all the time. Anytime I come across a good line of dialogue in a book or a movie or video game, I'll write it down. I'm not actively writing anything right now, but that stuff still gets put up in the note sections, and I think once I get to the point, the current plan is once we have the next property purchased and we're moved into the forever home, which is in the mountains, Chris gets her sculpture studio or painting studio, and I get my writing studio, and I'll go back to writing books full time. That's just what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. Like, I don't have any need for money. That's my retirement plan. It's just go back to writing fantasy and science fiction. So I've got all sorts of stuff. I've got the outline for my next fantasy epic pretty much finished. I've done some of it publicly on Patreon, but I won't start work on that for another few years. And it's honestly, I've got 25 million words in print. I have no need or desire to write anything right now. It's nice to just be doing this, but at some point I do want to get back to the written word. Alright, fuel cells. Ooh, I might have to make some new ones. I'm getting kind of low. Got enough for one more fuel. Oh, wrong place. Gotta go to Helios. I was thinking Pinnacle. It's Helios. don't remember where he is, though. Right there. By the way, what is this? Oh, that's one of the Lands Red dudes, I think, is what that is. Right?
What business do you have with House Rashid?
Yep. Duncan, Idaho. Oh no, you're the Bene Gesserit lady. Where's Duncan, Idaho? By the way, are there more contracts? Nope. He is upstairs.
You've returned.
Swordmaster Varlin sends his regards.
Saren. He's alive. Where is he?
The back alleys of Harko Village.
What the hell is he doing in that fetid nest?
He's fallen on hard times.
How did he end up this way?
An enemy brought him low and left him mutilated but alive.
Who did this thing?
I have to go the honorable route. Master Varlin insists on dealing with this in his own way, and I honor that wish.
Very well. I, too, will honor that wish. But is there anything I can do to help?
Indeed, we have to forge a Damasteel sword.
He did he? I'm not keen to set such a weapon loose on Arrakis, but disciples of Ganaz must put school before house in these matters. You really are his pupil, huh? It is good, at least, that he is training again. Perhaps teaching you will teach him what is important. Very well. I'll teach you. The list of ingredients is unorthodox. The blade must be quenched in the blood of a slave. That is to say, a blood bag.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go get a blood bag from my house. I bet those are back at the first base. I don't have any at the second base. What else?
Here's an Imperial permit. It is good for one forging. Such permits are not easy to come by for a reason, so don't lose it. Or the blade. You'll need the materials and a weapons fabricator. Now pay attention. I'll only teach you this process once.
Okay. Craft a ceremonial Damasteel sword. Alright, so we can go back to my main base and craft the blade, but if I need blood, I'm gonna have to go... I have blood bags back at the main base. My parking gets a little sloppy sometimes, but it gets the job done. However, occasionally, it also leaves you blocked in. Alright, weapons. Let's see what I need. That's probably going to be a... What's that going to be under? Specialties, right? I don't even see it. Hang on, it was a schematic. I have to research it first. Okay. So let's research the schematic. Ceremonial, allegedly quenched in blood. I need a large blood sac. Okay. Does it have to be full? A large blood sac. I definitely don't have a large blood sac. I'm gonna have to craft one. I do have a small and a medium, but I don't have a large. I may not even have the schematic for a large blood sac yet. Nope, I don't. What's up, Brutal? Blood. Okay. Oh, cool. At least you don't have to fill it. Okay. Have the sword. Now we take it back to Saren. Do that in a minute. I'll be right back, everybody. Alright. Hyde says in beta that had to be made on the advanced weapon fabricator. Well, I'm glad that's no longer the case. Thanks for the gifted sub, last good one. Appreciate it. Let's move this back over. I'm going to sit down for a bit. Oakley dokley. We got more stuff to do. We gotta go back to Harco Village. What's up, JP? Hopefully you're not puking your guts up anymore. Because that is never fun. Alright, back to Harco. Buttered raisin toast. Dude, there are worse things. My go-to whenever I've had something stomachy is always like cheddar cheese and Ritz crackers. I don't know. It's just my go-to. Ginger ale works too, but like every time I'm coming out of it, like I just like cheese and Ritz crackers, or like just plain buttered toast. But I would say buttered raisin toast sounds pretty freaking awesome too. You know what? I haven't had, so I think it's probably only available in the U.S., maybe Canada. What is the name of it? It was a raisin toast that they would sell, and I remember it came in like a red bag. Like it was like a loaf of bread, like sliced bread, but it came in a red bag. And it was like cinnamon raisin toast. Maybe that was even what it was called, but I don't remember the brand. I'm gonna go Google this in a minute. This reminds me when we were trying to find those Hostess cakes that I remembered from my kids back when I was young. I'm gonna go look that up. Yeah. I'm not wrong. Hang on. Let's go to Google really quick. Property. This stuff right here. This is what I'm remembering from years and years and years ago. It's Sun-made. They also sell like boxes of raisins. Yeah. So this is what my mom used to buy. So it's a Sun-made sells boxes of raisins. Maybe they sell bags of raisins, but they sell raisins. And they also had this raisin bread when I was a kid. I'm assuming they still do because that shows at Walmart. But I used to love that stuff. And I like to take, I remember when I was a kid, my mom would get mad at me, but I would like smother it in butter, and then I like to put cinnamon and sugar on top of it too. Oh man, that was the bomb. Bomb diggity. Ooh, you guys gave raisins out on Halloween? Boo, yeah, I'm surprised you never got egged too. That's not cool, man.
What have you learned?
It's better for you than sweets. No! No! It's alright. We didn't celebrate Halloween when I was growing up because my parents are extremely religious, and I remember they had friends from church who lived in town. We lived in the middle of nowhere, so nobody ever came to our house for Halloween, but we had friends who lived in town, and I remember one of the moms would give out for trick or treat when kids would come to. She had little, like, they used to sell. I'm sure they still do, but they were like little. They looked like they were like this size. It was like a pocket Bible, and she would give out pocket Bibles to the kids who would come for candy. Just poor kids.
Yes?
They're nature's candy. Raisins are good. Raisins
Place
are
it in
good.
my hands so that I might believe.
But when you're a kid,
Forgive
like,
me,
closest
being
might be
emotional.
chocolate-covered raisins,
I never
maybe.
thought I'd hold a Damasteel blade again. You're truly keeping my culture alive. You're worthy of the next lesson.
I am ready to learn.
Let the blade fill your hand. Let the blade become your hand. Be mindful of your breathing and listen carefully to my words. We are reaching the limits of what I can teach you. Such a thing should take years. Who are you?
I am your student.
And so it goes. What have you learned? I do not know. Holding the Damasteel sword in my hands brought back a flood of everything as it used to be. Everything the universe should be. I wanted to weep, but I don't think these damn Tlilaxu eyes are capable of such a feat. The well overflows, but there's nowhere for it to go.
Give me 2 seconds, guys. I heard some noises. I gotta make sure it's not cats doing naughty things while mom is out. Oh, it's just Chris coming home from the grocery store. Huh? Está bien. Chistora. Ah, ok. Está bien. ¿Fuiste a la carnicería? Ok. Chorizo, los dos. Alright, clearly... Okay, keeping the Canals Pulsar alive is more important than revenge.
You've been a good pupil and friend, but these wrongs cannot go unanswered. Count Fenring cannot go unpunished. What have you learned? I do not know. I wanted to. He is. What have you learned? You're quite formal today. Well, I have a formal task for you. I feel stronger again. It's time I repay an outstanding debt to Count Fenring.
Okay. In what way?
Take this letter, a formal challenge of duel to Alara Tuek. She will know how to get this to
Man, I haven't
Fenring.
played
I will
DOS 2 in
send
so
him
long.
screaming to hell as he did me.
I can't remember.
You helped me crawl my way out of my misery, dear pupil. A master learns more by teaching than they ever did as a student. Will you take my letter of challenge to Alara? Off you go then.
Okay, she's right around the corner. Ain't nothing better than when you're sick than video games.
Oh, look. The kitten is back. Do we have business? A challenge? How wonderfully archaic. And who do you think my master is that I can deliver this challenge?
Count Fenring.
Oh, do be serious, kitten. Our relationship is more complicated than that.
Well, I have a letter for him.
Let's see your mysterious little missive. Oh dear. A doom, you say? Your master is soon to be dead. That is not a boast, but the truth of how deadly Fenring is. Alas, I liked Saren.
Okay. I should probably dissuade him, but he's probably going to ignore me.
What have you learned? Yes?
A little challenge will reach Count Fenring, but...
But what?
You should not go through with this.
You think me weak? You think me maimed by my previous loss? Draw your blade and convince me before I strike you down on the spot.
This is not what you need. You've proven you can forge new Swordmasters.
What of it?
Your fallen house survives only through spreading new teachings.
You're right. Fenring is an Imperial appointee, soon replaced. The teachings of Ginars are what must endure. More important than my revenge or vanity.
That's right.
Let the blade fill your hand. Let the that was nearly perfect. Go forth into the world, Swordmaster of Ginars.
Alright, that is the wrap of that. I think that's the third Jolt sword I've come across. Excuse me. 110 per hit. That's better than mine, but it's slower than mine. Because mine's a rapier, which does poison. During the Butlerian Jihad, pulse swords were used to cut through thinking machines and damage electronics with pulses of deadly electricity. It is said that the secret of their making was lost during the ensuing centuries. The unique blade gives a small jolt of electrical energy to the palms when parrying an enemy, offering a small stamina boost. Oh, that's interesting. I would like to see what it looks like. My enemy is different than yours, Slacker. Nice. Well, that's good to know. Alright, now I get to go check it out. I doubt I'll use it because I do like my rapier, but it'll be cool to check this out and see what it looks like. And also to know that we wrapped up the Swordmaster school. And now we are ready for the Bene Gesserit. However, before I do any of that shiznissel, I have a tradies goodies to go spend my money on. Because I've got like 40,000 credits, I think. Yeah. Let's go see what I can buy with my coin. More faction gear, here we come! Alright, sir, take me to Arakeen. Let me go blow my wad on something. Probably get the weapon variants and weapon swatches. I can't afford the... I don't need to. I don't have, I'm well, long way away from the Ornithopter, the Assault Thopter. Yeah, I was not aware there were any sort of different endings for things, so that's really cool. It's good to know for future playthroughs. Yet another reason to talk about why alts. Why do alts? Well, because you can get different outcomes. DOS 2 is JP's fixation right now. Man, DOS 2 is a good game. I mean, there's a reason why Larian kicked ass with Baldur's Gate 3. Like, they learned as a company. I'm only willing to spend this money because I actually have my taxes squared away. Yeah, these aren't gonna sell. I don't think it's worth it trying to sell those. They're not uniques.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw? How much Thalaris would you like to withdraw?
All of it, Mustachio Man. Bread in a can. I've heard of bread in a can. I've never actually seen bread in a can. Like, I've seen pictures of it on the internet, but I've never actually seen it in real life. Same thing with, like, I've seen some TikTok channels where people do things like they'll eat hamburgers out of a can. Like, there's, like, these prepackaged hamburgers that come in a can, and you, like, boil the can in hot water. And I'm just like, eh.
Always good to see a familiar face. What can I do for you today?
Show me where I can spend my money. Ooh, it's only 8,000 for the Scout variant. So the only thing I have left to buy is literally the medium Ornithopter variant, which is for the Assault Ornithopter. That's a long way away. I'm never going to buy the Ornithopter parts, so I don't care about those. I already own the Sandbike variant. I already own the furniture set. I own the dining room set. I own the furniture set. I own the heavy armor set. Let's buy these, fuck it. Let's buy that. Let's buy this. Let's buy all the swatches. The Chome Vehicle Vendor. Do you know where that's at, Slacker? I wasn't even aware of that. Well, no, hang on. On your... Yeah, but that's for your server. I'm assuming you're talking about something related to the Landsrad. Because our Landsrad has crafting as the like the thing. Yeah, it's different for us. Next to the weapons vendor, yeah. So I'm assuming I don't have what you're talking about. There is a base vendor over here. Maybe they have something I haven't seen before. Well, I now own every single item from the Atreides vendor except for the Assault Ornithopter variant, which I'm not going to worry about for a long time, because I'm not going to have an Assault Thopter for... Man, I'd be surprised if I have that by the end of the month, to be honest with you. Ooh, I smell wood smoke. Chris is getting the fire going. She said she's making chistorra and chorizo for the beans. Yeah, it does look cool, and I may end up making a set of scout gear just for cosmetics to run around it.
How's it? You're back for more, eh?
Ooh, what is that? Hold up. That is a unique tier 5. 60,000. Tier 5 poison viper. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna have to come back and buy that. But that's 60,000 credits. Yeah, that weapon looked awesome. What about the, let me go to the other side really quick. I have a question about something. Dude, I'm getting hungry. No, you're just like beverages and stuff. This guy back in here, what does this person actually sell?
Welcome. How may I assist you?
Oh, this is the guy that sells the chome stuff. Which is a whole nother... Oh my, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. I didn't know there was all this stuff. So, if you wanted to spend... I'm not building a chome set, but... Okay. I wish you could see what the swatches looked like on the weapons. I wish there was a way to see those. I have to think I have to be out of here to like see what they look like. I didn't know you could get las guns. That's cool. Oh yeah, it's very pricey. I don't have the money for it yet. What are the Atreides? I'm gonna look at this really quick. That's pretty cool looking, man. But that's if I had that whole suit. I have my still suit. I have my heavy armor. I still don't have... Yeah, I'm a long way from the turning in the MK6, the Mark 6 cutter ray. Like, but that's good to know that you get a reward from that. I need to get out of here so I can actually see my weapons, because I can't see the swatches and stuff while I'm in here. I got Death Stranding 2 downloaded last night, everybody, so we're going to be ready to go. Just an FYI of the schedule for the next couple of days, we're going to be continuing to push Dune Awakening. But on Tuesday morning, we will be starting bright and early with Death Stranding 2, and that is going to be the main game for the next couple of weeks. It's going to be probably a 60-hour game. So anticipate that being the main stream game for probably 10 to 12 days. Dune Awakening will be in the afternoon slots. Death Stranding will be the morning slots. So we've been getting a lot of Dune Awakening over the past few weeks as the main game, with a little bit of dipping into the Altars. The Altars is on a hold right in a minute for the bugs. But we will be switching over to be doing Death Stranding 2 as the main game starting Tuesday morning. Launches midnight, so midnight on Monday night, or Tuesday morning, I should say. But we'll be back. We'll be starting bright and early, 4:35 a.m. on Tuesday morning with Death Stranding 2 for about 2 weeks. Dune Awakening will be the afternoon slot, so if you want to watch me play Dune Awakening live, you'll need to watch in the afternoons. Otherwise, you can watch the VODs after the fact. And then, of course, the base building series will continue to be produced independently outside of the live streams as well, and that has its own playlist on YouTube. So I am not stopping Dune Awakening. This will be a game I am playing for many months to come. But this is going to be moving to the back seat in between other releases, which are my priority. Spice blow! Ooh, I might be able to get to that one. Let's see if it's... Let's see what that is and where it is. Correct, Slacker. We're in a morning session right now. We're still in the morning. It's like 11... It's noon my time. So I have been playing extended sessions. Ooh, that's right there on the edge. We've got this. We can definitely get the spice out of that one. Normally I play for about 5 hours in the morning, 6 hours in the morning. We're coming up on 8 hours right now because I've been playing longer sessions with this. Afternoon sessions are usually in about 2 to 3 hours usually. Where is that spice blow? Right there. Ooh, this one might be relatively safe. Nope, he's coming. Neener, neener, neener. Just wait a couple minutes, I'll go get some more. Somewhere over here. I lost sight of it. There it Come on. I feel like I'm getting really lucky or getting really risky. No. Nope, get the fuck out, get the fuck out, get the fuck out. Where's it at? A little bit more I can get. Fuck it. Run. Oh, 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 oh. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? I think I got all the spice. I don't know how much left is left, but I feel like I've gotten... Oh, there he went. I think that's all I'm willing to risk. There might be a tiny little bit left, but I'm not... I'm not greedy. Yeah, we're doing another longer stream today. It's Saturday. We'll do another one long. We should be able to do another longer one tomorrow. Like I've been trying to do. So to be honest with you, one of the big reasons is the audience is good. So like I've been growing significantly because of Dune Awakening. Like normally I would say we talk about this in the channel member section on YouTube. We do the analytics reports and stuff. So my normal average streams over the past like 4 to 6 months have been like 40 to 60 people tune in, and that's great for my size of a streamer. I've been doing this full time for 3.5 years, and I can look back 3 years when I had 7 people watching, and then we had 15, and then we had 20, and then 27, and then 33, and 37, 35, 38, 40. We've been averaging 40 to 60 depending on what game we play for the bulk of 2025, and getting bigger all the time. And then this game depends, like we've been averaging 100 to 120 people every single day with peaks of up to 150 people. And not only on YouTube and Twitch, because I'm in the Funcom creator group and I have the privilege of also being on the Steam page, there's publicity that goes with this. So I'm more than happy to spend longer hours because it's productive for me. It's growing the brand, it's growing the business, it's more visibility. How many of these people stick around post Dune? I don't know. There's always, anytime you see a surge, whether it's Baldur's Gate 3, Starfield, Cyberpunk, Tainted Grail, like any of the big games we play, when we see big surges in numbers, you get 10%, 15%. Stick around for all the things you do. So we'll see how many people stick around for all the things. But the big thing to remember is that Dune Awakening is not an everyday thing once we get past June, because I'll be done with the bulk of everything I wanted to do. And so then it becomes Death Stranding 2, rolling into other things, and then this becomes the afternoon stream where we stream for like 2 hours a day. So, Dune Awakening got like a 3-week focus, 4-week focus. And then other things get focused. And so we'll see what the long term for this looks like. But there's also many future updates coming, and I have played. Anybody who's been around my channel for any length of time knows, if you look at my Star Wars Old Republic or my Lord of the Rings Online playlists, I have thousands of videos in those playlists. I play those games for years and years and years. I plan on playing this game years and years and years. So, some people will only watch my Dune Awakening stuff. That's fine. Other people will come and watch the other things that I do. That's awesome. Some people want to see the Homestead stuff. Some people don't give a shit. That's fine. Some people care about the Patreon. Some people don't. That's fine. At the end of the day. But yeah, I've been pulling longer hours with this game because we have more. So to put this into perspective, my normal month on Twitch, because Twitch is my much smaller audience, I've had a massive audience on Twitch for this game in particular. And I'm fine with that. So YouTube has been my primary platform for like 3.5, 4 years, and I started multi-streaming on Twitch like a year and a half ago when they started allowing us to multi-stream. And as a result, the Twitch audience has grown very slowly. We usually average 15 to 25 people on Twitch for most of the games we play. This game I've been averaging like 40 to 60 people on Twitch, which is awesome, which pushes me towards potentially getting partner one day on Twitch, which would be also awesome. But also, my average month, like the revenue, like the bulk of my revenue has always been YouTube. Always. This will be the first month where the revenue for my channel from Twitch matches. It won't be quite the same, but it'll, for the first time ever, my Twitch revenue for this month will be about 1/3 of my total revenue from what it looks like right now. And we're going to be publishing an analytics and income report on YouTube for our channel members after the end of the month. But I'm kind of blown away. We've had a 10 times growth spurt on Twitch this month because of this game. So I'm going to ride that train as much as my leg and my eyesight allows it. I haven't had too many. I think part of the problem with the eye thing was I think I was also having a sinus infection, because I've been fine the last few days pulling longer hours, but I'll tell you what, my leg has been very grumpy the last few days. Oh yeah, I've been full time for 3.5 years, slacker. This is the day job. So yeah, I make more than enough. Chris and I live a very comfortable existence. Everything's paid for. I have no bills, no mortgage, no credit card. I have no bills other than groceries and electric, for the internet and stuff. And but we live on a homestead most of the time. And this is the day job. So I get up every single day at 4 o'clock. I start my streams at 4:30, and I just do this all day. I stream for about 6 hours every morning, take a break, come back in the afternoon, do another few hours, and in between, I make a shitload of videos. I watch movies, I watch TV shows, I review those TV shows and movies. We have the Homestead channel. Yep. Am I making tens of thousands of dollars like big streamers? No, but I make I make more than what we need to pay our bills, and so that's all that matters. Full. Those are full. We're about to drain those. How dare you have a full cistern? I don't think so. Bye-bye, water. Yeah, Blackthorn, I appreciate it. Yeah, this year, I can remember, last year we went from 20,000 to 50,000 subs on YouTube alone in 1 year. This year, I think the growth on YouTube has been slower this year, but the growth on Twitch has started to pick up. So overall, it's still net positive growth everywhere. But this is the first year where the Twitch growth has started to finally pick up and get bigger, which is interesting. While YouTube has slowed down a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's all growth. I should check how many hours of filters I have left on Yeah, those are down to 30 minutes. So I'm going to make 4 more filters. Get those going. Oh, I got to wait for water production. Life is a highway. Down, down, down. That's right. Oh, that's funny. But that's also why I know how a lot of people, why aren't you doing a guild and doing Awakening? It's because I play too many games to be able to dedicate to a guild. Like, I'm a variety content creator, variety streamer, so I do like 3 games a month usually. There ain't no time to run a guild. Leave that shit for other people. That's what Bubbaloni is for. He can manage things, and even that, it's just a loose group of people, you know. I don't think there's ever gonna be like. I don't think it's ever gonna be like, come on guys, we gotta get 40 people together and do this every Sunday. By the way, how do I use my Shiga wire? Never done this from the keyboard. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I dropped it. Let's stop trying to do that with the fucking mouse. It's way easier to do this. The homestead, I'll put a link in chat here in a minute. Alright, that is producing. Now, curiosity has got me. Because I wonder if I have enough to start making some of the new heavy armor. Nah. Oh, yes, we do. I'll be able to have a full set of I'll be able to have a full set of tier 5 heavy armor tomorrow for sure. Because the big holdup here is going to be the water to make more duraluminum. But I have enough ingots. Pretty sure I have enough ingots to make everything I need. Let me double check. Oh yeah, I got another 125 ingots, another 153 crystal. Yeah, I've got enough to make a full set of tier 5 armor tomorrow. Which, once I do that, I will have a full set of tier 5 armor and weapons. And I will be good to go farm resources for my If I don't make an assault ornithopter, it'll probably be getting set up for tier 5 production. For like a tier 5 water cistern, tier 5 wind thingies, all that stuff. Dropping the Homestead channel link in the chat. Well, the nice thing about this game, D. Martin, is that there's no monthly sub. So there's no time commitment thing to really worry about. It's mostly just play whenever you want. And because you could do everything solo, it really doesn't matter what other people do. You can play at your own pace, on your own time. You know, it's a massive game with a lot of things to do. Alright, I don't need to do any weapon repairs. I'm not starting the Bene Gesserit stuff because we're coming up on 8 hours into the stream. So I'm not going to start the Bene Gesserit chain. I can save that for tomorrow. So I think tomorrow for sure we will be able to have first thing in the morning we'll be able to make our tier 5 armor set. Not a tier 5 steel suit, but a tier 5 heavy armor set. I've already got the tier 5 shield. I got a tier 5 battery pack. I do need a tier 5 cutter. Maybe I should see if I can make the cutter right now. I might be able to make the cutter before I do anything else. Let's check. What do I need? Oh, I'm missing thermoelectric coolers. I have no idea where to find those. Thermoelectric coolers. Oh, with our glitchy map right now. Yay! Stoic says Sector A, Deep Desert. Are they going to be like at enemy camps, or are they going to be inside the Imperial testing stations, guys? Imperial outposts, or they're in those Imperial testing stations? Okay. Ooh, Allie's down in the radiation. Be careful. NPCs in the caves. So I'm probably just going to have to load up on a boatload of survey probes. So the cutter ray might come later, because I actually don't need the cutter ray at the moment, because I'm not harvesting any tier 6 resources, so I technically don't need the cutter ray. Because I'm not actively harvesting titanium and stravidium. And I can already harvest stuff with the tier 4, so I should probably make my tier 5 gear set first. That will then allow me to start safely exploring the PvE section of the deep desert to get those components to make the cutter ray Mark V. I could also be creating more things to harvest and stockpile for the assault ornithopter. Right, so I just made my tier 5 weapons today, so once I get the tier 5 armor set, I should be okay for the NPCs in the deep desert for now. At least for that PvE section of guys. Mercenary boots. Let's just see what I can make here. Probably make the boots and the helmet. So let's just go down the list here. Boots. Helmet. I'll leave those things in storage for now. That way I don't forget what I made. Yeah, it's just gonna wait on water production. Got a pair of Merc boots? Nice. Nice. There is like a constant wind sound going on right now, and I want to know why. Because there's no storm. God, so guys, all I can smell right now is Chris is cooking sausages and chorizos and stuff out on the grill for the... It smells like onions and peppers right now too. So she's like, I am getting seriously hungry. Well, why don't we take a look? Do we need to repair anything here? Not yet. Stash my coin. Let's pull that out and stash it in a different chest. I've got plenty for the next 2 rounds of taxes. Oh, I didn't get a chance to, I wanted to check my new sword. I need some lights. Okay, that does look really cool compared to the rapier. So cool. It prevents you from accidentally huffing too much spice while you're harvesting, which can lead to unintentional side effects if you're not careful. Oh, see, now it shows me, it wasn't showing me the weapons when I was looking at these in the city. It's cargando. ¿Quieres tu phone? Es porque no estabas aquí y yo estaba cargando. Aquí está. Sí, suéltalo. So it wasn't letting me apply the skins when we were in town. Or I couldn't see them. Yeah, now I can see the weapons. Ah! Okay. No, come back here. Kinjal. Very cool, okay. By the way, what is the That's too green. Yeah, I can't deal with that type of green. Okay, so that is everything I can customize there, gear-wise. We've customized all of our vehicles. I can stash the sword, because I'm not going to take that sword with me. Just keep that as backup. I really wish I could take these out of my inventory and stash them. But these quest items have remained in my inventory. The Ixian Decoder and Zentara's Signet Ring. To be honest with you, I could probably at some point start like disassembling all of the various I've kept every single set of gear I've ever made in this game. So my first base has like 5 sets of gear stashed in the boxes. That's all it is. It's just like chests full of backup gear. I'm like, if I ever get eaten by the worm, I will have 20 sets of backup gear and weapons to rely upon. Alright, well I think I'm good on power. I've got like 2 weeks of lube in the tanks up top. I honestly, I don't want to, like I said, I think I'm done with quests. Let me see if there's anything I need to do over here. I don't want to go full-fledged base building because I'm about to go eat lunch here in a bit, but I do want to check a couple things out just for shits and giggles. I don't think you can connect anything here. Put another body in the raisin maker. Okay. What I want to do is I got to figure out a way to like cover these sides here because I'm not a big fan of that right there coming down. That looks weird. Oh, that is what I'm looking for right there, I think. Oh, no. No, it needs to be turned the other way. If I can figure out how to make that work. I may just have to do these. Because those are coming out at an angle. I don't know how I'm going to make that work. If you even can. Because those come out. Yep. You're welcome, Transcend. Get some sleep. I'll be taking a break here in a bit to go eat my lunch and take a nap and possibly come back for a building session later today. Tomorrow is my tomorrow is Sunday. I only do one stream on Sundays because I watch movies and cook. So tomorrow I'll do the morning stream, and then I'm gonna cook ribs tomorrow, and then we're gonna watch. I think we're gonna watch the Minecraft movie tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon, and then tomorrow night I have Lord of the Rings Online with my brother and my niece and nephews. So I honestly don't think there's anything I can put here unless there's something special that I can attach. Yeah, see, they've got these things right here. But they're like, move further inside land claim, and it's like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Ooh, hold up, what can I do with that up top? Hold up, wait a minute. What can I do with these bad boys? What are they? How do those work? Show me more. What can I do with these up here? I think these are those things people are using. To build those, I may not be able to build it over here like I did on this side. Oh, yes it did. It was right there. I would have to put it up one more. This one could come down. I don't know what these do. Oh, I have stuff in the Journey tab. I very well might have stuff in the Journey tab. Yes, I might. I have no idea what I would then put. Do those fit right there? Hang on, hang on. What goes in the middle? Like... just floor stuff. Okay, what about right here in the middle? Oh, sweet. Well, fuck me, I didn't know I could do this. Hang on, we're expanding this just a tiny bit more. No. I'm just playing around with stuff right now. Let's do this right here. Oh, that looks dope. Okay, now that looks pretty cool. So we've got like a canopy when we come up in here now. And then when I get up here and flesh out the rest of the roof. Alright, this is not a base building episode. Just... I gotta save the rest of this for later. But that's cool that I didn't know I could do that. So now I know how those work, and now I know how to use those to build like landing platforms and stuff. Oh, I could totally build out additional landing platforms off the top of this if I wanted to have it for like a fleet. But I also have the landing platform up top. And now that I know how to do this, hey, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. But I'm gonna tell you what I know how to do now. Hang on. Preview for what's coming later. Hang on! And then I'm gonna go look at my loot tab. Because somebody said I need to check my loot tab. But I want to fly up real quick because I want to see something. Because now that I know how to build that, I might expand this out a little bit more. knowing that I can do that. Alright, sometimes I hate it when I jump out too soon. I get stuck in here. That is something they need to fix. For sure. Okay. Because if I can do those special... It was these things. Connect to a structure. I would have to figure out how to make... No, see, I would have to figure out how to get them to fit. I am at the edge of the land claim, though, so they might not fit. They're wanting to go outwards, not inwards, so I would have to figure out... I don't know if I could, because we're right at the edge of the land claim, so it's probably not going to let me, like, stick them to create a further triangle. I would need to replace this entire structure with those, probably, if I had to guess. Which I'm not willing to do. Not right now. Alright. Well, that's a wrap, everybody. I'm 8 hours in. That's a good day. It's a good stream day. I may be back later tonight with a base building episode, but if I am not, I will catch everybody tomorrow. There are 2 videos coming out on YouTube later today. I'm going to clip out. We had the PvE solo player discussion. There's nothing to do in the deep desert. Yeah, we bust that mythology. That was at the beginning of the stream. And then how to safely harvest flower sand for the people who had asked. So I'll get those clipped out and out on YouTube later today. And that should be it for today, because then tomorrow I'm going to do Dune Awakening in the morning, watch Minecraft in the afternoon, review Minecraft for the channel, Minecraft movie, and then play Lotro with my family, cut that down, get that ready to go for Monday, and then Monday morning we will do Dune Awakening all day Monday, because on Tuesday we're switching over to Death Stranding 2 in the morning. So catch you guys next time. Have a great day. Thanks so much for all the subs on Twitch, all the memberships on YouTube, all the follows, everything else. Don't forget Discord, Patreon, all the social media, TikTok, Blue Sky, Twitter, X, Facebook, Instagram.